If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm having a crying jag. I'm blaming hormones, which is bullshit, but that's what I'm going to blame. It will stop. It is partially hormones, that's why I can't make it stop. Yes, a friend pissed me off royal and triggered the shit out of me, but the reason I can't make it stop is the hormones. It will stop in like 5 minutes. This is like the 8th crying jag in the last hour, trust me. It'll stop. After it's ruined my makeup, of course. Because, God forbid, you not cry when you have makeup on. I mean, this is waterproof, but, you know, we know there's limits to waterproof. Ow, poked myself in the eye. Oh, I forgot to pour a drink. Okay, we cannot start until I pour a drink, because, wow, is there going to be drinking tonight? Oh, and of course I have to introduce our ducks, which is Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, I don't know why, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Hongo, Mitch, and Sansu, who is a little too. We have one spot left on this tier, and then I will make a new tier and retape this because it keeps coming loose for some reason. We do have 11 ducks left to be drawn out of the bag and named. They are $10 if you wish to sponsor. Link should be at the top of the chat. If it's not, let me know. For 25, I will put on these handcuffs, which would really fucking help tonight because these make me focus. Or they let me focus when I can't focus, which is where I'm at. So these would be really good tonight. And if somebody is absolutely nuts and wants to donate $50, I will chug an entire glass of wine, which is another thing I could really use tonight. So if you ever wanted to see me chug anything, this would be good timing. See? It stops. It's like you can set a freaking timer when it's hormones not letting it stop. You can set a timer. It's bizarre. Okay, the time may not last all night because it's heavy and my neck is not in great shape this week. I tried to take these off. I thought I would be able to just use like 2 pairs of pliers and like twist them apart so that I could slip them out of the ring. That didn't work. It extremely didn't work. Like, it didn't work to a level I was not expecting. I thought it would at least work a little bit, but nope. Better. Okay, so we were picking up mid-chapter because these chapters have absolutely no, like, rhyme or reason to how long they are. We're in the midst of a 51-page chapter, which is followed by a 34-page chapter, so we're also going to be stopping in the middle of that one, and I could not find a decent place to stop. I was trying not to read it because I don't want to spoil, but I know what's coming up. So this is already going to be like one of the worst nights for me. Just warning. But I did eventually just kind of at random pick a place to stop because the entire next chapter is one paragraph. There are no breaks at all. So like here there is a break between scenes because one scene ends and another scene starts, so there's a natural break there. So that was a convenient place to stop. The next chapter has no breaks on any page at all. So there was no reasonable place to stop, so I kind of had to just pick somewhere. So I did the best that I could. Okay, so we're picking up after he's like kind of made a date with her for I think that evening or the next evening, I'm not sure, but he's made a date with her where he's going to tell her about the playroom and that he wants her to be as submissive and explain the lifestyle to her, while all the while knowing that like she has no experience in it and knows nothing about it and is completely innocent and that he's basically corrupting a virgin. He doesn't know she's a virgin yet though, but that'll it's coming up. We'll get there. Clayton's is quiet. The last customer left 5 minutes ago. And I'm waiting. Again. Drumming my fingers on my thighs. Patience is not my forte. Hello? Even the long hike with Elliot today has not dampened my restlessness. Oh, so this is him talking. I honestly thought that this was her talking because it's where she works. He's having dinner with Kate this evening at the Heathman. 2 dates on consecutive nights is not his usual style. We have to emphasize that I don't know, are we trying to make him look better by making the brother, like, worse than he was ever said to be in the other ones? Not that we knew, like, much about him or anything. Hello to whoever just came in. Suddenly, the fluorescent lights inside the store flicker off and the front door opens, and Anna steps out into the mild Portland evening. My heart begins to hammer. This is it. Either the beginning of a new relationship or the beginning of the end. She waves goodbye to a young man who's followed her out. It's not the same man I met last time I was here. It's someone new, who he's no doubt got like an investigation going on already. Hi, Persnickety! I'm so glad you're here. I'm not in a good place. A friend of mine triggered the fuck out of me an hour ago, and I'm not in a good fucking place. So really glad you're here. Glad anybody is here. I'm also having like hormone-induced. Well, I'm having crying jags because he was a jackass, but hormones are letting me not make it stop. So, plus I'm just in general really pissed because he really was a fucking asshole, and I can't tell him that because he's the kind of guy that you cannot tell him when he's being a jerk or he just yells at you and runs away like a fucking coward. So, and that was after discovering that my dog has been starving himself for an entire month because the cat is a bully, and I had to buy him new dog food because I couldn't get the usual brand because there's still pet food shortages all over the place. And so I bought a new brand and then realized that the cat apparently has decided that it's cat food, and because Bo could be intimidated through the post, he's deliberately been starving himself for a month because the cat told him not to eat that food. So now I have to get new dog food somehow and kill the cat. No, this book is not going to help anything, and we have almost wall-to-wall sex scenes tonight because we're coming up on him showing her the playroom for the first time, and then they fuck for the first time, and then there's an even worse scene after that, and that's, yeah. So there's a lot of shit tonight. This is why this is why we have wine, which I'm trying not to chug this entire glass right now, but I would like to. I would like it better if that was vodka, but I don't have any of that, sadly. If I'd known what today was going to turn into, I damn well would have gotten vodka and cranberry juice. So now we have him about to pick her up for their big date where he's going to reveal everything. Ugh, at least the contract's not in this section. Yes, but if I take the night off, then all the other crap wins and it doesn't get to win. Idiot jerks that upset me don't get to win. He watches her walk towards the car, his eyes on her ass. I swear that's in his head. Because just like he thinks every woman that he encounters is hitting on him, like he thinks every guy is hitting on her, and it cannot possibly be true all the time. I'm not saying women don't throw themselves at him because he's rich, but like not literally every woman. That would not happen. I'm trying to think if there is a Canadian vodka because I am trying to buy like Canadian made stuff. By the way, Walmart has totally decided to cash in on the Canada US fucking tensions because on their website, I swear to God, there is now at the top of the page where they have all their different departments so you can go to the one you want. There is a tab for Made in Canada now. And as I was looking through some stuff, they have tagged everything that is made in Canada, so it says Made in Canada on it. Like, fuck you, Walmart. Fuck you so goddamn hard. Like, for one, you're an American company. And, like, two, that it's just so sleazy. Oh, yeah. There's gotta be a Canadian vodka, because we like vodka here. It's one of the most popular drinks. Well, it depends. It's very split between men and women. Because vodka is usually a girl's drink. Women usually drink vodka because we don't like the sour taste of like whiskey and rye, because that's what's really popular for guys here. Rye is surprisingly popular in Canada, but I think that's because we make it. Now, what the difference between whiskey and rye is, I have no idea. They look the same to me. Yeah, except Walmart isn't telling anyone to support local business. It's still on their website. Taylor distracts me by making a move to climb out of the car, but I stop him. This is my call. For what? Whether he's gonna shoot the guy? One has a eye and the other doesn't. Yeah, that's all I got too. That's as much as I got. I don't even know what makes whiskey whiskey. Other than I know it's. I think it's like one of the first alcohols because it's like associated with the Wild West and even before that, so it's pretty old. I'm not sure when rye was invented, but you never hear anybody ask for a rye in an old Western movie, so I think rye may be like fairly recent. I also know like rye is a grain, so I assume it's made from that, and that's why it's called that. I don't know. Because well, I know beer is barley and hops, I think. Not that I know what either of those are, but I know that that's beer because I've heard that said. Uh, when I'm out of the car and holding the door open for her, the new guy is locking up the store and no longer ogling Miss Steele. Her lips curve into a shy smile as she approaches, her hair in a jaunty ponytail swinging in the evening breeze. "Good evening, Miss Steele. Mr. Gray," she says. She's dressed in black jeans. Jeans, again. He's so fucking judgmental over the clothes. Like, it reminds me of my father, honest to God, because my father's a judgmental fuck about everything, which is why we don't talk. She greets Taylor as she climbs into the back seat of the car. Once I'm beside her, I clasp her hand while Taylor pulls out onto the empty road and heads to the Portland helipad. "How is work?" I ask, enjoying the feel of her hand in mine. Have you ever held hands in the back seat with anyone? Because, no. "Very long," she says, her voice husky. "Yes, it's been a long day for me too. It's been hell waiting for the last couple of hours. Like we needed proof that he's an impatient jerk." "What did you do?" she asks. "I went hiking with Elliot." Her hand is warm and soft. She glances down at our joined fingers and I brush her knuckles with my thumb over and over. Would that not be fucking annoying? Like just imagine somebody like just you're holding hands and they're just brushing over your knuckles. Yeah, that would be fucking annoying. And also, why are you holding hands? Like they barely met. He bought her a coffee and acted like a jackass one time. I would not be holding hands with him. Her breath catches and her eyes meet mine. In them, I see her longing and desire. He's so making that up. And her sense of anticipation. I just hope she accepts my proposal. You should have said indecent proposal. Come on. It's right there. It's not like she minds ripping shit off. Come on. Mercifully, the drive to the helipad is short. When we're out of the car, I take her hand again. She looks a little perplexed. Ah, still spelling it like pain, by the way. She's wondering where the helicopter might be. Or you didn't mention that you were taking a helicopter. I can't remember if he did or he didn't. I'm gonna go with no. "Ready?" I ask. She nods and I lead. Whoa. Oh, okay. He's barking at himself. "Well, don't scratch your ear so hard and it won't hurt." Sometimes he forgets. I love the sound of him flapping his ears. So cute. I lead her into the building towards the elevator. She gives me a quick, knowing look. She's remembering the kiss from this morning, but then so am I. Oh, the one where you grabbed her hands and her hair and forcibly kissed her without any warning or permission of any kind. "It's only 3 floors," I mutter. As we stand inside, I make a mental note to fuck her in an elevator one day. That's if she agrees to my deal. On the roof, Charlie Tango, newly arrived from Boeing Field, is prepped and ready to fly, though there's no sign of Steven, who's brought her down here. But Joe, who runs the helipad in Portland, is in the small office. He salutes when I see him. He's older than my grandpa, and what he doesn't know about flying is not worth knowing. He flew Sikorsky's in Korea for casualty evacuation, and boy, does he have some hair-raising stories. Here's your flight plan, Mr. Gray, Joe says, his gravelly voice betraying his age. All external checks are done. She's ready and waiting, sir. You're good to go. Thank you, Joe. Wasn't it his usual pilot in the other one? Again, we're just adding in characters and like just changing what the fuck ever because like what she thought nobody who read the first ones would read this, or they wouldn't remember that she was blatantly changing things. A quick glance at Anna tells me she's excited, and so am I. This is a first. Let's go. With her hand in mine once more, I lead Anna over to the helipad to Charlie Tango, the safest Eurocopter in her class and a delight to fly. She's my pride and joy. I hold the door open for Anna. She scrambles inside and I climb in behind her. Over there, I order, pointing to the front passenger seat. Sit. Don't touch anything. I'm amazed when she does as she's told. Yeah, I wouldn't be touching anything in a fucking helicopter either. Like, this is not a toddler. He's gonna treat her like it. Once in her seat, she examines the array of instruments with a mixture of awe and enthusiasm. Crouching down beside her, I strap her into the seat harness, trying not to imagine her naked as I do it. I take a little longer than necessary because this might be my last chance to be this close to her. My last chance to inhale her sweet, evocative scent. See, I swear E.L. James has like some kind of like scent smell fetish something. Because like the number of times she mentions the way people smell or like whatever their personal smell is, it's really high. When she knows about my predilections, she may flee. On the other hand, she may embrace the lifestyle. The possibilities this conjures in my mind are almost overwhelming. She's watching me intently. She's so close. So lovely. I tighten the last strap. She's not going anywhere. Not for an hour at least. Suppressing my excitement, I whisper, "You're secure. No escaping." That's not. Okay, wait, where is it? Where is it? Okay, we still have this. I did buy fabric, but it came and it was very dark and the wrong color. You can actually see it over my shoulder on top of muffins. But it is darker than this dress, and it was reading like almost black on screen. You couldn't tell that it was red at all because it's really not. It's more purple. So that is going back, and I have something else that is coming, but it's not going to get here in time. Well, it didn't get here in time for today because that got here yesterday, so I was scrambling. So for today, we still have this red flag. Next week, we will have a better one. Oh, that means I gotta find a wire hanger. I went through my closet and realized I don't have any. So I'm gonna see if one of my neighbors does, or I have like flower arranging wire, but I don't know if it's gonna be strong enough. I think the fabric may have too much weight to it and it might bend it because the wire it's like super thin, super thin wire, and it's just meant to like generally kind of hold stuff together. It's really got no strength. Like I if you wrap it around two fingers and pull, you can snap it. So I'm not sure if it's strong enough. And of course, people upstairs are yelling. She inhales sharply. Breathe, Anastasia, I add, and caress her cheek. Holding her chin, I lean down and kiss her quickly. I like this harness, I mutter. I want to tell her I have others, in leather, in which I'd like to see her trussed up and suspended from the ceiling. But I behave. Sit down and buckle up. Yeah, never mind that doing that to somebody is incredibly dangerous, especially to somebody who's not physically prepared for it or used to it or enjoys pain. Like you can really hurt people like that. There's a reason that like in Japan they teach entire classes. Also, they do like Japan is a kinky fucking place, okay? They embrace their kink. But yeah, having like suspension shows where naked women get tied up and suspended, that's a real thing. It's like on stage in a theater, real thing. It's actually seen as an art form, which is why you can buy entire books of Japanese bondage that are considered art. Put your cans on. I point to the headset in front of Anna. I'm just going through all the pre-flight checks. All instruments look good. I press the throttle to 1500 RPM, transponder to standby, and position beacon on. Everything is set and ready to go. Do you know what you're doing? She asks with wonder. I would have asked that before getting in. You know, just slightly. I inform her that I've been a fully qualified pilot for 4 years. Her smile is infectious. You're safe with me, I reassure her. Seriously, seriously, would you let dude that you just met? You have known him for like a day and a half, and he's put out all the creepy vibes and stalker vibes and has kidnapped you once. Would you really be letting him fly you anywhere? Like, he ain't Richard Gere. You're safe with me, I reassure her, and add, well, while we're flying. Okay, yeah, if that is not huge fucking red flag, this is falling apart. Great, this is falling apart. If that is not huge red flag when somebody says, you're safe with me, but only during this. Yeah, no. I give her a wink and she beams, and I'm dazzled. Are you ready? I ask, and I can't quite believe how excited I am to have her here beside me. She nods. I talk to the tower. They're awake, and increase the throttle to 2,000 RPMs. Once they've given us the clearance, I do my final checks. Oil temperature is 104. Good. I increase the manifold pressure to 14, the engine to 2,500 RPM, and pull back on the throttle. And like the elegant bird she is, Charlie Tango rises in the air. I wish Mark was here to tell me if any of that was fucking correct. Because I'm betting it's not. Because we found problems with the helicopter before. Anastasia gasps as the ground disappears below us. You weren't on the ground, you were on the roof. Hello, Potet Stoppin. I'm sorry, I can't. This is the other version of 50 Shades. We read 50 Shades. This is 50 Shades told from Christian's point of view. So this is the first book, 50 Shades of Grey, being retold from his point of view instead of hers, because the first series is all her point of view, or at least mostly. So this is the same story from his point of view. We're at the scene where he's taking her to the penthouse and is about to show her the red room for the first time. She holds her tongue, entranced by the waning lights of Portland. Soon we're shrouded in darkness, and the only light emanates from the instruments before us. Anna's face is illuminated by the red and green glow as she stares into the night. Eerie, isn't it? Though I don't find it so. To me, this is comforting. Nothing can harm me here. I'm safe and hidden in the dark. How do you know you're going the right way? Anna asks. Here, I point to the panel. I don't want to bore her talking about instrument flight rules, but the fact is, all the equipment in front of me, it's all the equipment in front of me that guides us to our destination. The altitude, the altitude indicator, the altimeter, the VSI, and of course the GPS. I tell her about Charlie Tango and how she's equipped for night flight. Hannah looks at me amazed. There's a helipad on top of the building I live in. That's where we're headed. I look back at the panel, checking all the data. This is what I love: the control. My safety and well being reliant on my mastery of the technology in front of me. When you fly at night, you fly blind, so you have to trust the instrumentation, I tell her. How long will the flight be? She asks, a little breathless. Less than an hour. The wind is in our favor. Always annoys me when I see American spelling of stuff. Because my brain's like, that's not right. And I'm like, it is in America. They can't spell. Not that I can, but I get to make fun of that. I glance at her again. You okay, Anastasia? Yes, she says, her voice oddly abrupt. Is she nervous? Or maybe regretting her decision to be here with me? The thought is unsettling. She hasn't given me a chance. Really? Because she kind of did, and you were kind of an asshole. I'm distracted by air traffic control for a moment. Then, as we clear cloud cover, I see Seattle in the distance. Ugh. A beacon blazing in the dark. Look, over there. I direct Anna's attention to the bright lights. Do you always impress women this way? Come and fly in my helicopter? It is a good move. I've never brought a girl up here, Anastasia. It's another first for me. Are you impressed? I'm odd, Christian, she whispers. Yeah, odd. My smile is spontaneous, and I remember Grace, my mother, stroking my hair as I read aloud from The Once and Future King. Oh, of course he's read that book. Of course he has. Christian, that was wonderful. I'm odd, darling boy. I was 7 and had only recently started speaking. This is what's gonna fill out, like, I swear to God, half the book going forward is gonna be, like, things that are trying to make you feel sorry for him. This is, like, preemptive because he's about to be very evil, so it's like, remember that he had a bad childhood, so that makes it okay that he's an evil bastard. It doesn't. You're just so competent. And it continues. Is that a compliment these days? It might be. Why, thank you, Miss Steele. My face warms with pleasure at her unexpected praise. I hope she doesn't notice. You obviously enjoy this, she says a little later. What? Flying. It requires control and concentration. Two qualities I most enjoy. How could I not love it? No, my favorite is soaring. Soaring? Yes. Gliding to the layperson. Gliders and helicopters. I fly them both. Perhaps I should take her soaring? Yes, because we needed to rip off that scene from the Thomas Crown Affair. Getting ahead of yourself, Gray. And since when do you take anyone soaring? Since when do I bring anyone to Charlie Tango? ATC refocuses me on the flight path, halting my rogue thoughts as we approach the outskirts of Seattle. We're close, and I'm closer to knowing whether this is a pipe dream or not. Anna is staring out the window, entranced. I can't keep my eyes off her. That's not what you want to hear from the person in control of the helicopter. Please say yes. Looks good, doesn't it? I ask so that she'll turn and I can see her face. She does, and oh god, because we could not avoid all of the cringiest phrases. She does, with a huge cock-tightening grin. We'll be there in a few minutes, I add. Suddenly the atmosphere in the cabin shifts and I have more heightened awareness of her. Breathing deeply, I inhale her scent and sense the anticipation. Anna's mine. He hasn't even shown her yet, and he's already doing the mine thing. Yeah, that's going on the list. Still have my green highlighter that looks blue for some reason. I don't know why this reads like very blue, but it does. But hey, we made it like a whole 3 pages before I had anything to highlight. And I haven't burned a hole in the book yet tonight. Because there may be a few just a few past places where I burned a hole in it because there's certain words that I've decided are not going to be tolerated coming from Christian Grey, and when I see them, they're going to get burned up immediately. As we descend, I take Charlie Tango through the downtown area towards the Scala, my home, and my heart rate increases. Anna starts fidgeting. She's nervous too, and I hope she doesn't flee. Should you really have to be going? I hope my date doesn't flee. Answer no. As the helipad comes into view, I take another deep breath. This is it. We land smoothly and I power down, watching the rotator blades slow and come to a stop. All I can hear is the hiss of white noise over our headphones as we sit in silence. I remove my cans, then remove Anna's too. We're here, I say quietly. Her face is pale in the glow of the landing lights, her eyes luminous. Sweet Lord, she's beautiful. I unbuckle my harness and reach over to undo hers. She peers up at me, trusting, young, sweet. Her delicious scent is almost my undoing. What? You're gonna have a freaking orgasm right there because she smells nice? And thank you for acknowledging that she's young, but aren't they only supposed to be like 4 years apart in age? Because he's like a super young self made billionaire. He's like 26, she's like 22, I think. Like she is graduating college, so, she's not like 15 or something. No, E.L. James probably would have liked to write her that way because she almost did that in the next one. Very, very, very close. Can I do this with her? She's an adult. She can make her own decisions. Again, when you have to justify, when you have to pull out the she's of legal age, therefore it's okay card. Though this is not as bad as there is apparently, I know this from CinemaSins. There is a scene in one of the Transformers movies, don't ask me which one because I don't know. But in one of them, in which there is a much older guy dating a much younger underage girl, and when the dad is like, "What the hell?" the guy literally pulls a laminated card out of his pocket that has on it, I think Michael Bay made this up, I'm not sure. It might be real, I don't know. But something called the Romeo and Juliet laws, which basically says if you were a couple when you were both underage, and one of you then like gets older to the point where they're above age and what the other one's still underage, it's not illegal because they had a pre-existing relationship when they were both minors. Whether this is a real law anywhere, I have no idea. But why on earth you would make that a focal point in your movie? Like, what? That's when I remember that Michael Bay originally directed porn. So I think it was left over from that. Still don't get why you put it in a movie. But we're going to highlight that she's an adult crap. Because, wow, is that really bad when you have to specify? And I want her to look at me this way once she knows me. Knows what I'm capable of. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. You know that, don't you? Again, things that should not have to be. She needs to understand this. I want her submission. But more than that, I want her consent. Okay, I'm sorry. You had to make those two different things? Like, did he just say he's willing to make her submit without her consent? Because it kind of sounds like that. Or it kind of sounds like in the past, he's had women that he made submit to him that was non-consensual because he's talking like it's like out of character for him to want her consent. Like, I'm trying not to read it that way. I just am not finding another direction to go. It's what? That line's not escaping. I might do the burn video this week. I'm just trying to wait till my voice got better. But it's taking so long. I still can't sing. I almost sound like normal right now, but I get froggy sometimes. I still can't sing. Though I don't completely lose my voice when I try anymore, I just sound like hell. I'd never do anything I didn't want to, Christian. Bullshit! I'm sorry, but bull fucking shit! She frequently does things she doesn't want to. Frequently! Because she has no, like, she has, like, no, forget the fact that she has, like, almost no free will to begin with. Because she has no spine or sense of survival or survival instincts or, like, sense of self-preservation, autonomy, confidence, independence, assertiveness. She has none of these things. So, yeah, she frequently does things she doesn't want to. She didn't want to interview him in the first place. She only did it because her roommate, like, bullied her into it. Like, and again, why a supposed up and coming journalist would send her idiot roommate instead of an actual, like, other journalist? Like, she's got a whole classroom full of friends she could have sent, but no. Yeah, I've heard a few things like that, yeah. I think it's one of those things that, like, it varies, like, state to state. Like, here that's on a federal level and there's, like, stages. It's like it is kinda like that. It depends how many years apart and who's below or above what. Like, basically, here, by the time you're 21, you can sleep with whoever you want, but, like, there are limits, and I think it's limited to, like, a 2-year gap above 14. It's one of those things that it changed a lot in the early to mid 2000s. She sounds sincere, and I want to believe her. With those pacifying words ringing in my head, I climb out of my seat and open the door, then jump down onto the helipad. I take her hand as she exits the craft. The wind whips her hair around her face, and she looks anxious. I don't know if it's because she's here with me, alone, or if it's because we're 30 stories high. I know it's a giddy feeling being up here. Okay, I would be very uncomfortable being on the roof. I'd be like, okay, which way is inside? But I also wouldn't have gotten into a helicopter with a stranger. Come. Wrapping my arm around her to shield her from the wind, I guide her to the elevator. We're both quiet as we make the short journey to the penthouse. She's wearing a pale green shirt beneath a black jacket. It suits her. I make a mental note to include blues and greens in the clothes I'll provide if she agrees to my terms. She should be better dressed. He's so fucking judgmental. Her eyes meet mine in the elevator's mirrors as the doors open to my apartment. She follows me through the foyer, across the corridor, and into the living room. Can I take your jacket? I ask. Anna shakes her head and clutches the lapels to emphasize she wants to keep her jacket on. Okay. Would you like a drink? I try a different approach and decide I need a drink to steady my nerves. Why am I so nervous? Because I want her. I'm going to have a glass of white wine. Would you like to join me? You know what? For once, I will. Yeah, I will do that. Yes, I'm OCD about which way I have to drink out of the glass. This is news. Ah, just a little sip. I think Bo is upside down under his puppy bed. Uh, yes, please, she says. In the kitchen, I slip off my jacket and open the wine fridge. A Sauvignon Blanc would be a good icebreaker. Pulling out a serviceable Pulili Boom, I have no idea. Some kind of wine. I watch Anna peer through the balcony doors at the view. When she turns and walks back toward the kitchen, I ask if she'd be happy with the wine I've selected. By the way, it's spelled Pouilly dash FOU or FOME with an accent. And with it having pole, it makes me think of poulet, which is French for chicken, and fume, it's fume. So honestly, I'm trying to not translate the wine in my head as chicken shit, but that's what my brain is saying, even though this is possibly not French. It might be Spanish or Italian for all I know, but it's really close to being chicken shit in French, okay? So it's making me or chicken shit or chicken like stench smell. I don't know if that was probably not intentional or it's somebody's idea of a joke, but yeah. Uh when she turns and walks back toward the kitchen, I ask if she'd be happy with the wine I've selected. I know nothing about wine, Christian. I'm sure it will be fine. She sounds subdued. Shit. This isn't going well. Is she overwhelmed? Is that it? I pour two glasses and walk to where she stands in the middle of my living room, looking every bit the sacrificial lamb. Okay, she definitely is that, which is why you should not draw attention to it. Not when my headcanon is that he's killed 10 of his subs and one other person. I have that image of the goat from Jurassic Park in my head. Oh, God. Gone is the disarming woman. She looks lost. She was never that. I think you're just seeing the real her. Like me. Oh, they have being lost in common. It'd make more sense if she said they liked watching the show Lost in common. Here, I hand her the glass and she immediately takes a sip, closing her eyes in obvious appreciation of the wine. Yeah, right. When she lowers the glass, her lips are moist. Good choice, Gray. Yes, because only that brand of wine would have made her lips moist, not every liquid ever known to. Okay, dumbass. You're very quiet and you're not even blushing. In fact, I think this is the palest I've ever seen you. Anastasia, are you hungry? She shakes her head and takes another sip. Maybe she's in need of some liquid courage too. It's a very big place you have here, she says, her voice timid. Big? Big. It's big. There's no arguing with that. It's more than 10,000 square feet. See, now I wish I had any when somebody tells me something is X square feet, that means nothing in my brain. Do you play? She looks at the piano. Yes. Well, yes. Of course you do. Is there anything you can't do well? Dig his own graves? Yes, a few things. Cook, tell jokes, make free and easy conversation with a woman I'm attracted to, be touched. This is all in his head. He's not actually telling her any of this because that would be like a conversation. Do you want to sit? I gesture towards the sofa. A brisk nod tells me that she does. Taking her hand, I lead her there and she sits down, giving me an impish look. See, now we're back to her being the temptress. What's so amusing, I ask, and I take a seat beside her. Why did you give me Tess of the Umbervilles, specifically? Oh, where is this going? Well, you said you liked Thomas Hardy. Is that the only reason? I don't want to tell her she has my first edition, and that it was a better choice than Jude the Obscure. It seemed appropriate. I could hold you to some impossibly high ideal like Angel Clare, or debase you completely like Alec de Urberville. I gotta read this fucking book. I think I even have a copy. It sounds like I might like it. My answer is truthful enough and has a certain irony to it. What I'm about to propose, I suspect, will be very far from her expectations. If there are only two choices, I'll take the debasement, she whispers. What? Okay, this is a conversation that never happened in the other series at all. At fucking all. This is why I'm here, she says, her teeth leaving little indentations on her bottom lip moist with wine. And there she is, disarming once more, surprising me at every turn. My cock concurs. In case we've forgotten that his penis is its own character. And, like, what the hell? Like, are we saying that she's, like, picking up what he's about to do? Because, no, she's not. She's far too stupid and naive. Oh, I managed to skip, like, 3 lines somehow. If those are the only 2 choices, I'll take the debasement, she whispers. Damn, isn't that what you want, Gray? Anastasia, stop biting your lip, please. It's very distracting. You don't know what you're saying. That's why I'm here, she says, her teeth leaving little indentations on the bottom lip moist with wine. And there she is, disarming, blah, blah, blah. His dick agrees. We're cutting to the chase on this deal. But before we explore the details, I need her to sign the NDA. I excuse myself and head into my study. The contract and the NDA are ready on the printer. Yeah, his NDA that I think even he admits would be worthless in court. Leaving the contract on the desk, I don't know if we'll ever get to it. I staple the NDA together and take it back to Anna. This is a non-disclosure agreement. I place it on the coffee table in front of her. She looks confused and surprised. My lawyer insists on it. Your lawyer who you should fire because he should tell you that, again, no court would ever uphold this. If we're going for option 2, debasement, you'll need to sign it. And if I don't want to sign anything, then it's Angel Claire High Ideals. Well, for most of the book anyway. And I won't be able to touch you. I'll send you home with Stephen. And I'll try my very best to forget you. My anxiety mushrooms. This deal could all go to shit. He didn't say any of that out loud. What does this agreement mean? It means you cannot disclose anything about us. Anything to anyone. She searches my face and I don't know if she's confused or displeased. This could go either way. Okay, I'll sign, she says. Okay, let's just, I could do this for 10 minutes over this. Okay? Without going into detail, something I know personally. Anytime a guy is asking you to keep a relationship secret, run, run far, run fast, don't ever look back. Don't ever talk to them ever again. Ugh. I fixed the heat and now it's way too hot in here. I think they're trying to make up for not having heat for 6 days by, like, making it super high. Well, that was easy. I hand her my Mont Blanc as she places the pen at the signature line. Aren't you even going to read it? I ask, suddenly annoyed. No. Anastasia, you should always read anything you sign. Yes! How could she be so foolish? Have her parents taught her nothing? I will say, probably not something most parents ever think to tell their children, though they should. Christian, what you fail to understand is that I wouldn't talk about us to anyone anyway. Even Kate. It's so immaterial whether I sign an agreement or not. If it means so much to you or your lawyer, whom you obviously talk to, then fine, I'll sign. Okay, again, just no, all of the no. She has an answer for everything. It's refreshing. Fair point, well made, Miss Steele. I note dryly. She didn't make a point. She just said, I don't care, and I wouldn't talk to anyone anyway. Which, again, what does it say about her if she is so used to keeping anything that resembles a relationship private, even from her best friend in the entire world? With a quick, disapproving glance, she signs. But before I can begin my pitch, she asks, Does this mean we're does this mean you're going to make love to me tonight, Christian? What? Me? Make love? Oh, Gray, let's debase her of this straight away. Oh, we're gonna get the line, aren't we? Yep, here it comes. No, Anastasia, it doesn't. First, I don't make love. I fuck hard. Because we just couldn't not have the line. We couldn't not. She gasps. That's made her think. Second, there's a lot more paperwork to do. And third, you don't yet know what you're in for. You could still run from here screaming. Come, I want to show you my playroom. Seriously, a guy says you could run from here screaming and then says, Come with me, I want to show you something. Do you go with him? Again, no sense of self-preservation at all. Like, nobody even knows she's here. He could kill her and dispose of her body, and nobody would even know where to look for her. Like, she's in a completely different city than she was when he picked her up. She's nonplussed, the little V forming between her brows. You want to play on your Xbox? I laugh out loud. Oh, baby. No, Anastasia. No Xbox, no PlayStation. Come. I guess she wasn't sure who would bid more for product placement in the movie. It was Xbox because in the movie she only says Xbox. There's no mention of PlayStation. So, Xbox outbid Sony on that one. I lead her to the hallway and upstairs where I stop outside the door to my playroom, my heart hammering in my chest. This is it. Pay or play. Have I ever been this nervous? Realizing my desire depends on the turn of this key, I unlock the door, and in that moment I need to reassure her. You can leave any time. The helicopter's on standby to take you wherever you want to go. You can stay the night and go home in the morning. It's fine. Whatever you decide. Just open the damn door, Christian, she says with a mulish expression and her arms crossed. This is the crossroads. I don't want her to run. I've never felt this exposed, even in Elena's hands. And I know it's because she knows nothing about the lifestyle. Which, why would you bring something into it? Trust me, I have had sessions with people who don't know shit other than they want to try something that they heard about. It sucks. It utterly sucks. This is why I have a very strict no noobs rule. I open the door and follow her into my playroom, my safe place, the only place where I am truly myself. Anna stands in the middle of the room, studying all the paraphernalia that is so much a part of my life. The floggers, the canes, the bed, the bench. She's silent, drinking it in, and all I hear is the deafening pounding of my heart as the blood rushes past my eardrums. Now you know. This is me. She turns and gives me a piercing stare as I wait for her to say something. But she prolongs my agony and walks further into the room, forcing me to follow her. Just want to see something. Okay, we're doing okay on time. I just like to check every now and then, make sure I'm not getting like super far behind. Her fingers trail over a suede flogger, one of my favorites. I tell her what it's called, but she doesn't respond. She walks over to the bed, her hands exploring, her fingers running over one of the carved pillars. Say something, I ask. By the way, did somebody say flogger? Because I've got one right here. This is not suede, though. This is leather. You do not want to know what this cost, and thank God I wasn't the one who paid for it. I can say that about the vast majority of my kinky toys. I paid for very few of them. Which is also why I own a lot of things that I don't want. But, men have trouble listening. Like, just recently, somebody bought me, like, I think 3 or 4 toys that they were told repeatedly that I did not want, and yet they bought them anyway. This I do not understand. Excuse me. Ugh. Okay, even if I have to cut it, I'm getting the weight off this tie this week. If I have to cut it and, like, sew it back together, so be it. I'll be sewing the flag anyway. It'll be fine. Okay, it'll be fine if I can get whatever's in my eye out of my eye. Say something, I ask. Her silence is unbearable. I need to know if she's going to run. Do you do this to people or do they do it to you? Finally, people. I want to snort. I do this to women who want me to. Okay, again, is he like, what is with the, oh, my brain is failing me. God damn it. Gay panic. That's the word I mean. What is with the goddamn gay panic with him? Like, what the actual fuck? So she said people instead of women. So what? Like, way to tell me you're fucking insecure. She's willing to have a dialogue. There's hope. No, she hasn't run yet. Hello to whoever's just come in. Hi, good to see you. She frowns. If you have willing volunteers, why am I here? Because I want to do this with you. Very much. Visions of her tied up in various positions around the room overwhelm my imagination. On the cross, on the bed, over the bench. He's been having these thoughts the whole time, like this is not new. Oh, she says, and wanders to the bench. My eyes are drawn to her inquisitive fingers stroking the leather. Her touch is curious, slow, and sensual. Is she even aware? No. It's bothering me that my eyes look uneven. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that in a minute. Hear the sadist, she says, startling me. Fuck. She sees me. That would just say yes! What is wrong with just saying yes? It's the truth. I'm a dominant, I say quickly, hoping to move the conversation on. That's a fucking lie. Because he doesn't obey any of the rules of being a dom and he doesn't understand them. So, yes, he is just a sadist. What does it mean? She inquires, shocked, I think. It means I want you to willingly surrender yourself to me. In all things. That's not actually what it means. It's about trust, not surrender. Why would I do that? To please me, I whisper. This is what I need from you. In very simple terms, I want you to want to please me. Again, this is not a proper dynamic in BDSM. In actual BDSM, it is about trust between two people, not necessarily sexual or romantic. BDSM relationships do not always involve sex. Most, like, if you book a session with a mistress or a dame, she's not going to fuck you because she's not a whore. Okay? You want sex, hire a whore. You want to be whipped and spanked and you can come all you want, but she ain't going to touch you and you're sure as hell not going to touch her. That's a session with a dominant. But it's about trust. It's about you trust her to do what you have agreed to and not go too far. And, the dame obviously gets off in her own way by doing these things to a submissive, but it is always done respectfully and within guidelines, and that is why you have check-ins and you have aftercare, neither of which E.L. James knows fuck all about, which is what makes this a purely abusive relationship. Also, because he is actually a sadist and not a dominant, because he does not follow the dynamics of a dominant and he blatantly abuses her all the time, doesn't take no for an answer. And even though he explains what the traffic lights and safety word are, when she uses them, he gets incredibly pissed and finds another way to punish her for doing so. So he basically tells her that even though I'm saying you can tell me no or stop, I am going to get very mad at you and punish you in another way for doing so. So don't ever say no to me or tell me to stop, i.e., I can do whatever I want and you're just supposed to take it because that is what pleases me. That's a sadist, not a dominant. And that's the biggest mistake with all of this. Not that I'm saying all sadists are abusive, though it is kind of a package deal. But you'd be amazed how many people are willing to put up with being abused. And I mean that I know that's a double-edged sword right there. People who know. I don't have time to explain it. How do I do that? She breathes. I have rules, and I want you to comply with them. They're for your benefit and for my pleasure. If you follow these rules to my satisfaction, I shall reward you. If you don't, I shall punish you, and you will learn. Says a guy who's like never been punished in his life and never learned a goddamn thing. And by the way, why is reward even an option there? Because we know that he doesn't like it. Because what he wants is to punish them. He says so himself. He gets off on whipping and beating little brown haired girls. His words. So all he ever wants is punishment. And he gets annoyed. He gets annoyed several times when she actually does follow the rules because it robs him of the chance to punish her when that is all that he wants. And I can't wait to train you in every way. That's in his head. Why I don't know. Like this is not already terrible. She stares at the canes behind the bench. And where does all this fit in? She waves at her surroundings. It's all part of the incentive package, both reward and punishment. So you'll get your kicks by exerting your will over me. Yep. Spot on, Miss Steele. It's about gaining your trust and your respect. No, it's not. No, it is not. It has nothing to do with trust and respect because he doesn't know what either of those are and doesn't value them and doesn't practice them at all. Like, at fucking all. So you'll let me exert my will over you. I need your permission, baby. I will gain a great deal of pleasure, joy even, in your submission. The more you submit, the greater my joy. It's a very simple equation. Okay, and what do I get out of this? Me. I shrug. That's it, baby. Just me. All of me. And you'll find pleasure too. That again, this is in his head. It would make way more sense if he said this to her out loud. Because right now all he's saying is I want to like whip and beat you and you get me. Whatever the hell that means. Because again, he's like not offering to be her boyfriend or anything. He's not offering her like, we'll go on fancy dates and I'll buy you clothes and jewelry and I'll pay off your college loans. He's not offering her really anything. Her eyes widen fractionally as she stares at me, saying nothing. It's exasperating. You're not giving anything away, Anastasia. Let's go back downstairs where I can concentrate better. It's very distracting having you in here. Translation, he has no self-control. I hold out my hand to her, and for the first time she looks from my hand to my face, undecided. Shit. I've frightened her. I'm not going to hurt you, Anastasia. Tentatively, she puts her hand in my... Can I just say, anytime you have to say I'm not going to hurt you to somebody, run! I'm elated. She hasn't run. See? See? Even he knows. Even he knows. Even douchebag knows. This is not good. The kitty is snoring. Tentatively, she puts her hand in mine. I'm elated she hasn't run. Relieved, I decide to show her the submissive's bedroom. If you do this, let me show you. I lead her down the corridor. This will be your room. You can decorate it how you like. Have whatever you like in here. My room? You're expecting me to move in? She squeaks in disbelief. Okay, maybe I should have left this until later. Not full time, I reassure her. Just say Friday evening through Sunday. We'll have to talk about that. Negotiate if you want to do this. I'll sleep here? Yes. Not with you? No. I told you. I don't sleep with anyone. Except when you're stupefied with drink. Where do you sleep? My room is downstairs. Come, you must be hungry. This is what I mean by what the fuck does she get out of this? Like, literally nothing. Because no, she doesn't get him, as he said, because he's not offering her a relationship of any kind. He's saying, I want you to come here on the weekends and let me use and abuse you and then ignore you all week, and you get absolutely nothing out of it. Like, again, just say he's gonna pay her like $100,000 per weekend, hell, $1 million a weekend. He can afford it. But that would actually provide some incentive for any of his submissives to put up with his crap. Weirdly, I seem to have lost my appetite, she declares with her familiar stubborn expression. You must eat, Anastasia. Oh, here we go. Her eating habits will be one of the first issues I'll work on if she agrees to be mine. That and her fidgeting. Stop getting ahead of yourself, Gray. Stop referring to yourself in the third person. It's obnoxious. I'm fully aware this is a dark path I'm leading you down, Anastasia, which is why I really want you to think about this. See, again, he's aware of what he's doing and that it's wrong. She follows me downstairs into the living room once more. You must have some questions. You've signed your NDA. You can ask me anything you want and I'll answer. If this is going to work, she's going to have to communicate. Like he cares. In the kitchen, I open the fridge and find a large plate of cheese and some grapes. Gail wasn't expecting me to have company, so this is not enough. I wonder if I should order takeout. Or perhaps take her out. Like a date. Another date. You haven't had a date yet. I want to raise expectations. I don't want to raise expectations like that. I don't do dates. Only with her. The thought is irritating. There's a fresh baguette in the bread basket. Bread and cheese will have to do. Besides, she said she's not hungry. And yet you're, like, putting out food. So, sit. I point to one of the bar stools and Anna sits down and gives me a level gaze. You mentioned paperwork, she says. Yes. What paperwork? Well, apart from the NDA, a contract saying what we will and won't do. I need to know your limits, and you need to know mine. This is consensual, Anastasia. Again, if you have to fucking say it out loud, no, it is fully not. And again, she knows nothing about this lifestyle. She has no clue on planet Earth what he means by limits. Okay? To put it in the most basic and simplistic terms, there are two types of limits, hard and soft. Hard limits are things you will never, ever, ever do under any circumstances. And once told to any Dom or Dame, they should never bring up the topic of hard limits. If the submissive wants to consider challenging one of those or making an exception, they can bring it up. But if you're the Dom or the Dame, you never bring up somebody's hard limits and you never ask them to do one of their hard limits because that is being incredibly disrespectful and would cause most Dom sub relationships to break up on the spot. Soft limits are things that you are occasionally or under the right circumstances or with the right incentive willing to do, but not every time, not every day kind of things. These are the things that would be, this is why sessions and scenes have to be planned. Because you always discuss. It's like, tonight we're going to do X, 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 Y, and Z. Okay, we both agree. Okay, let's go do that. But this is why talking before any session is so critical, especially early on. If you've known each other for like 2-3 years, then yeah, you probably don't have to discuss every session or every scene all the time because you know each other well enough. And you have that level of trust where you don't have to talk everything out. But early days, you definitely talk everything out before you do anything. And if you're even going to bring up soft limits, you do it before you start. You never bring it up like mid scene unless the submissive does. They can throw it out, the Dom cannot. That is part of how it works. That is part of the trust and respect that the Dom is giving, and that the sub has to trust that they're not going to get blindsided by that because that will fuck up your mood really, really quickly. And it can easily bring up trust issues of like, I didn't agree to do that tonight, so why are you asking me like that when we're mid-session and I'm tied up and vulnerable? That's really threatening. Let me fucking go because we're done. That's how that goes. So don't do it. And what if I don't want to do this? Shit. That's fine. I lie. Like he's gonna let her go anyway. No, no, no. But we won't have any sort of a relationship. No. Why? This is the only sort of relationship I'm interested in. Why? It's the way I am. How did you become this way? Why is anyone the way they are? It's kind of hard to answer. Fair, it is. Why do some people like cheese and other people hate it? Do you like cheese? Mrs. Jones, my housekeeper, left this for a late supper. I placed the plate in front of her. What are your rules that I have to follow? I have them written down. We'll go through them once you've eaten. I'm really not hungry, she whispers. You will eat. How about fuck you? Okay, like this right here is probably the biggest, like, red flag yet. Okay, she has not agreed to fuck all yet, and yet what is he doing? He's giving her commands and then waiting and demanding that she follow them. Even though she is telling him no. She's telling him, I am not hungry, and he is literally forcing her to eat. So here is the most perfect example of him not respecting her wishes, not respecting her choice in something that she has a free choice on, and showing no respect whatsoever. And again, she has not agreed to fuck all yet. But he has been doing shit like this the entire time, and that's why he's abusive. And he does shit like this with other people, like randomly, just for his own entertainment. Ugh. I keep forgetting to take stretch breaks because there are no goddamn chapter breaks. The look she gives me is defiant. Would you like another glass of wine, I ask, as a peace offering? Yeah, get her drunk. The girl that you know, he knows, has only been drunk once in her life, a couple days ago, and now he's giving her a second glass of wine on an empty stomach. Yes, please. I pour wine into her glass and sit down beside her. Help yourself to food, Anastasia. She takes a few grapes. That's it? That's all you're eating? Have you been like this for a while? She asks. Yes. Is it easy to find women who want to do this? Oh, if only you knew. Answer, yes, it is. You'd be amazed. My tone is wry. Then why me? I really don't understand. She's utterly bemused. She has a point here. And this is a very good point. If he has access to women that are already trained submissives or trained to some degree, why is he going after somebody that until 10 minutes ago knew nothing about this lifestyle and clearly has no interest in it, but is only supposedly considering it because he has some kind of magnetism and bullshit, he's charming and good looking, bullshit. And there is no good answer to that. And like I said, my personal theory is having willing submissives, he's bored. He's bored with them. It's too easy. But she is unwilling and untrained and is going to make a lot of mistakes and just outright defy him because he's ridiculous sometimes. And then he gets to punish her a lot more, which is all he's interested in. So that's why he's going after somebody that knows nothing about it and isn't trained and isn't, by her natural personality, the submissive type in some ways. Baby, you're beautiful. Why wouldn't I want to do this with you? Anastasia, I've told you, there's something about you. There's every romance book's excuse for everything. There's just something about them. I can't leave you alone. It's like a moth to a flame. I want you very badly, especially now when you're biting your lip again. In other words, I'm obsessed with you. Therefore, I must own you. Like, really, if I just read just that, if I just read, there's something about you, I can't leave you alone, like I'm like a moth to a flame, could I not be quoting Twilight? I think that is pretty close to what Edward Cullen actually fucking says. I'm not sure if it's word for word, but it's like 90%. I think you have that cliche the wrong way around, she says softly, and it's a disturbing confession. Oh, so she's saying she can't stay away from him either because blah blah blah, star-crossed whatever. Eat, I order, to change the subject. No, I haven't signed anything yet, so I think I'll hang on to my free will for a bit longer if that's okay with you. Oh, her smart mouth. That wasn't smart, that was just, no. As you wish, Miss Steele, and I hide my smirk. How many women, she asks as she pops a grape into that mouth. See, she still does it. She still fucking does it. She just told him, no, I'm not gonna eat because you told me to, and then what does she do? She immediately eats. 15. I have to look away. For long periods of time? Some of them, yes. Have you ever hurt anyone? Yes. Badly? No. Dawn was fine, if a little shaken by the experience. And if I'm honest, so was I. Okay, apparently there's one of them was named Dawn. Will you hurt me? What do you mean? Yeah, hurt is a relative term in this conversation. Physically, will you hurt me? Only what you can take. Again, he says this in his head and not out loud. This is a critical thing to say out loud. I will punish you when you require it, and it will be painful. Okay, again, you need to give details because anyone's brain is gonna go to the goddamn worst when you say shit like that. Especially somebody who doesn't know. For example, when you get drunk and put yourself at risk, again, in his head. Have you ever been beaten, she asks. Yes, many, many times. Elena was devilishly handy with a cane. It was the only it's the only touch I could tolerate. So the only form of touch he could tolerate was being beaten with a cane. Her eyes widen and she puts the uneaten grapes on her plate and takes another sip of wine. Her lack of appetite is irritating and it's affecting mine. Perhaps I should bite the bullet and show her the rules. Let's discuss this in my study. I want to show you something. Oh god, are we going to have to go through the contract? Is that in here? Again, this is blind. I don't know like where everything is and I don't remember. I didn't think they went over the contract tonight. She follows me and sits in the leather chair in front of my desk as I lean against it, arms folded. This is what she wants to know. It's a blessing that she's curious and hasn't run yet. From the contract laid out on my desk, I take one of the pages and hand it to her. These are the rules. They may be subject to change. They form part of the contract, which you can also have. Read these rules and let's discuss. She scans the page. Hard limits, she asks. Yes, what you won't do, what I won't do. We need to specify in our agreement. I'm not sure about accepting money for clothes. It feels wrong. Oh, I would have no problem with that. I want to lavish money on you. Let me buy you some clothes. I may need you to accompany me to functions. That's definitely a change because, again, in the original series, he makes it very clear that he is never seen in public with any of his submissives. That he never takes them on dates, never takes them out, never takes them to functions. So whether he's just changing this for her or something, like he probably is, but Gray, what are you saying? This would be a first. See, yeah. And I want you dressed well. I'm sure your salary, when you do get a job, won't cover the kind of clothes I'd like you to wear. I don't have to wear them when I'm not with you. No. Okay. But I don't want to exercise 4 times a week. Anastasia, I need you supple, strong, and with stamina. Trust me, you need to exercise. This is true for some of what he wants to do. You would actually need a great deal of strength. Being suspended is not for people who do not lift. Sure, but surely not 4 times a week. How about 3? I want you to do 4. I thought this was a negotiation. Again, she's disarming. No, she's just negotiating. Calling me out on my shit. Yeah, which all of this is. Okay, Miss Steele, another point well made. How about an hour on 3 days and 1 day half an hour? Again, go fuck yourself. 3 means 3, fuck off. 3 days, 3 hours. I get the impression you're going to keep me exercised when I'm here. Oh, I hope so. Yes, I am. Okay, agreed. Are you sure you don't want to intern at my company? You're a good negotiator. Yeah, because that wouldn't be just a horrible idea. Of course she's right, and it's my #1 rule. Never fuck the staff. Oh, God! The guy in the other book had the same fucking rule! Ew! So, limits. These are mine. I hand her the list. Okay, at least we're not getting that. I need to stretch. Oh. I need to stretch and I need to be a lot more drunk. Better. That's gonna bowl. This is it. Shit or bust time. I know my limits by heart and mentally tick off the list as I watch her read through. Her face grows paler and paler as she nears the end. Fuck. I hope this isn't frightening her off. I want her. I want her submission. Badly. The second part of that is true. She swallows, glancing nervously up at me. How can I persuade her to give this a try? I should reassure her. Show her that I'm capable of caring. Oh my god! That may be the most poignant line of the entire fucking series. That he needs to make effort, serious effort, to show her that he's capable of caring. Because it's abundantly clear he doesn't give a fuck about any of his subs. He never has. That's why he abuses them so horribly and treats them like garbage to the point of driving at least one of them insane. Because he never shows them any caring at all because he doesn't care about them. They are inanimate objects that he gets to stick his dick in, and that is it. And she is seeing that. She's seeing that that is all he wants is a fuck doll. And it's definitely putting her off. And he's like, damn, better pretend that I actually will give a damn about you. And like, you know, that, or that she will get anything. Again, even emotionally, it is entirely one-sided. Like, it makes me think of that, Rocky Horror Picture Show. The scene right before the floor show when Frankenfurter's just like turning everyone into statues and Columbia calls him out on his bullshit and she says, you're like a sponge, you take and drain people of all their love and emotion. And that's exactly what Christian Grey is. It is so one-sided that he is getting his emotional needs met by doing this, but he doesn't give a damn. He just doesn't care what his submissive's emotional needs are. That's why there's no aftercare. That's why there's no check-in. That's why there's no like pauses during sessions or saying like, do you need a glass of water? Like, you know, the things you have to do when you have somebody tied up is, yeah, every like, you know, little while say, do you need to take a breath? Do you need a glass of water? Do I need to let you down so you can go to the bathroom? Like, you have to maintain a dialogue and communication to make sure you're not going too far or that somebody is mentally not getting too far because people can get, you know, if you're paddling somebody 20 times in a row and you're calling them names and degrading them because that's what they're into is what I'm saying, or it's part of your agreement that is part of the scene or it's allowed. People can get too far in their head. They can get lost. They can go too far and they can start to break down. And as the dominant one, you have to be incredibly aware of that and know when to stop. Because you don't want to break the person. Whereas with him, the goal is to break the person. And then just leave them in pieces. Like, that's part of what the submissive trusts the dominant to do, is stop when things are going too far. Even if the submissive is saying, no, I'm fine, I'm really fine, keep going. If you know they're not fine, you stop. Or you are evil. There is no line there. And yeah, they might be mad at you and cuss you out for it, or even try to storm off or whatever, but you know what? In a day or two, when they've calmed down and they think about it, they're going to tell you that you were right. Ugh. Is there anything you'd like to add? Deep down, I hope she won't add anything. I want carte blanche with her. She stares at me, still at a loss for words. It's irritating. I'm not used to waiting for answers. Is there anything you won't do? I prompt. I don't know. Not the response I was expecting. How is that not the fucking response you were expecting? She doesn't know anything! She doesn't know fuck all! That's why this is wrong in the first place, because she doesn't even know what to say no to. Okay, she doesn't know that air games are a thing, or breath play, or fire play, or scarification, or suspension, or anal. She doesn't know what any of these things are, so she doesn't know what to say no to. What do you mean you don't know? Again, how is he not have anticipated this when he knows that she doesn't know fuck all? She shifts in her seat, looking uncomfortable, her teeth toying with her bottom lip again. I've never done anything like this. Hell, of course she hasn't. Patience, Gray. For fuck's sakes, you've thrown a great deal of information at her. I continue my gentle approach. It's novel. The fact that he considers this gentle in any fucking way. Jesus. Like, I know I'm fucking hardcore and I'm way too intense for the vast majority of people on planet Earth, but still. Well, when you've had sex, was there anything you didn't like doing? And I'm reminded of the photographer fumbling all over her yesterday. Ew. And also, get over it. She flushes and my interest is piqued. What has she done that she didn't like? Is she adventurous in bed? She seems so innocent. Normally, I don't find that attractive because it's contrary to literally everything that you want. You can tell me, Anastasia. We have to be honest with each other or this isn't going to work. I really have to encourage her to loosen up. She won't even talk about sex. She's squirming again and staring at her fingers. Come on, Anna. Tell me, I order. Again, not something you can order. Proper Dom would not order this unless, again, there was an established relationship and they'd agreed to this conversation. Sweet Lord, she's frustrating. Well, I've not had sex before, so I don't know, she whispers. The earth stops spinning. I don't fucking believe it. Again, why not? Especially, like, this is not 50 years ago. Like, I get most people her age have had sex. That is true. But recently there has been more of a push of women staying virgins longer. Like, and that's your choice. Whatever you decide to do, that is your choice. If you want to lose it when you're 14, fine by me. You want to lose it when you're 24, fine. Like, that's your decision and nobody should be pressured into anything. But again, it just points to the fact that, like, again, if they made her like a religious character, which I swear to God, that's why in the next series, the main girl is religious. Because it's the only thing that justifies her being 20, 22, 23, whatever the fuck she is, and still a virgin. Because her being a virgin here gets laughed at so goddamn much. Because for this character, it doesn't make any sense. Because she doesn't have a reason for it. Oh, Sadale, hi! Hello to you and your dragons! I'm so glad you're here. Oh, I know, yeah. He's telling her to be honest about sex. Because he wants to know what she won't do. When he knows that she knows nothing about BDSM or floggers or canes and didn't know they existed till 10 minutes ago, but he expects her to just have a ready list of hard limits in her head of things she won't do. And now he's just discovered that she's a virgin. Oh. And we know what he's about to do about that. That's not. Oh, you know what? My favorite, my signature lipstick, they've stopped making this. I'm so mad. Like, you can buy it on eBay right now where it's like $15 a tube. The shipping is a problem though because it's expensive. But they've stopped making this color. This is a big problem for me. I like this color. I'm very goddamn picky. This is my signature fucking color. Avon had one years ago that was better than this, but they stopped making it too. But this was pretty close. And now they don't make it anymore. Like, what am I gonna do? I have to find another shade, and judging color online is so fucking hard. See, because I like a blood red lip. I like a dark blood red, deep set lip. Seriously, why my eyes don't look even? It's bothering me. Because, like I said, slightly OCD, and I was really bitched off earlier tonight, so all my things are up. But at least the crying jags have stopped. I'm attributing that to wine. No, I definitely need to be way more drunk than I am, and I need to sharpen this. Trust me, you do not want to get a splinter in your eye. I have done it. It is not good. Oh, reminder that there are still ducks available. We have one spot left to fill, and it's annoying me that there's one spot. So we still have ducks, and the handcuffs are on standby. And I'm really hoping for these tonight because they get me through when I need something to make me feel grounded and secure. They work. Don't ask me why, because that's a very long answer. But they work. They keep my fucking head on straight. See, if I could just wear handcuffs when I have to deal with the real world or a job or people, then it'd be fine. Actually, it's now occurring to me that since I work from home and largely by phone or computer, I could and nobody would know. I should definitely try that next time I have a job. It might seriously help. I'm not even kidding. I'm very seriously going to do that. I almost got an interview for something this week. Well, I had an interview and then they canceled it because they said they already interviewed a bunch of people and filled all the spots they had. So they canceled mine because they didn't need any more people. But at least I think the balconies are pretty close to being done. I don't know. There was a lot of banging and drilling this week, so I'm hoping that means they got the parts for the rails in and they're close to being done. So I also got a letter claiming that I owe them $1,600 in back rent because somehow they got 6 years of above guideline increases retroactively approved all at once. I'm still looking into this because it makes no goddamn sense, but from the research I have done and asking around various places, this is apparently legal. They'll get this, and this is true, because here's a natural thought. How are you going to collect the back rent from people that have like moved out in 6 years? Because that's a lot of people. Weirdly enough, the law actually specifies that if they wish to try and go after anyone who has moved out to get the back owed rent, the increase amount, they're only allowed to go after anyone who's moved out for a total back amount of 1 year. Even if the person lived here, say they moved out like 2 months ago, the building can only go after them for a year's back owed above guideline increase. They cannot go after that person for the whole 6 years. But because I still live here, they can come after me for the whole 6 years. What the fuck sense does that make? Oh, and also I found out why they definitely, and I swear to God, and I'm not taking this back even if they hear it, they definitely bribed the courts to push this through now. Because the law also holds that for people living here and for just in general, any increase that is older than 6 years doesn't count anymore. It basically expires. So that's why they forced this through the courts now, because one of the years was about to expire. Still epically wrong. Oh, isn't it? Fucking isn't it? It's disgusting, is what it is. And also, this building should not be entitled. Because again, when I say above guideline, the federal government sets the amount they are allowed to increase rent every year. It is usually 1 to 2%. And I'm still working this out. Some of the years included in this are 2020, 2021, and 2022, during which, because of COVID, there was a federal moratorium on raising rent at all. You were allowed to raise the rent precisely 0 during those years by federal law. So I want to know, how are they allowed to now retroactively, many years later, not only raise the rent the 1 to 2% that would have been the federal guideline if there had been one? There was not one because of COVID. Because again, there was a rent freeze on for almost 4 full years. How are they not only allowed to increase the rent for those years, but to increase it above what the government would have allowed, because they are increasing it 6 to 7%? And to do that, by the way, they have to go to court and they have to say to the court, we're entitled to more than the government's allowance. We're entitled to increase it more than 2% because we have put money into the buildings, because we have made improvements. We have made quality of life improvements. We've put money in the buildings. The problem is that's not true here. It's utter fucking bullshit. Did they renovate the lobby? Yes. Did they fuck up renovating the lobby? Yes. Are there still things that are not finished from a renovation they did years ago? Yes. Do I have to get my neighbor to get my mail because they fucked up the order of the mailboxes and put 04 on the bottom so that the numbers go 08, 07, 06, 05, 01, 02, 03, 04? Because they literally put them in the wrong fucking order? And even though they were told that, the manager was such a spineless bitch, she didn't make them fix it. So now my mailbox is like 3 inches off the floor, which I can't bend to without my back screaming at me for the rest of the day, or just plain like blowing a disc in my back like it's happened before when I try to do things like that. And I've been yelling at them for years to fix it. You know what the only answer I ever got was? Them demanding a doctor's note saying that I am disabled and need my mailbox moved. To which they were told to fuck off, because wow, are they not entitled to that? But there's still holes in the fucking lobby, and they built a goddamn package room that has only resulted in people having their mail stolen, and they built it so badly that they can't fucking lock it because the room itself blocks the door that Canada Post needs to get through to get to the mailboxes, so they can't fucking lock it or nobody would get regular mail. So packages get stolen, including I've had several packages stolen out of there, or people just rip them open to see what's in them all the fucking time. Not to mention, the company also gives away your information, full address, name, phone number, to other companies who have on occasion opened accounts in my name without my knowledge. And yet they're claiming that they can legally do that. No, you fucking can't. And as for them improving things, they haven't improved a goddamn thing in this apartment in forever. Like, I have a floor that is coming apart in pieces because it is older than I am. I have a bathtub that was supposed to be refinished, I think 4 or 5 years ago, and wasn't. And then they were told about it again 2 years ago, and it still wasn't. Like, the enamel is worn off it in places to where I can see the steel. And it's impossible to clean. It will not come clean anymore, no matter how hard you scrub it or what you scrub it with. And yet they're claiming that no, we're entitled to like a 7% raise, which is like $70 a year, and we're entitled to it retroactively, including years that there was a rent freeze on. Like, what the actual fuck? So yeah, they want $1,600 in like the next 8 weeks that I do not have. I'd have no ability to get. So I'm not sure what's going to become of that, but I know they're going to play nasty. I don't fucking believe it. How? Why? Fuck. Never. I'm incredulous. She shakes her head, eyes wide. You're a virgin? I don't believe it. She nods, embarrassed. Nothing to be embarrassed about. I close my eyes. I can't look at her. How the hell did I get this so wrong? Why and what were you thinking? Like, what on planet Earth gave him the impression that she was some kind of, like, sexually adventurous, very experienced slut? I would give anything, honestly. I really would. But here's the other thing. These are, like, low-income buildings. And the vast majority of people that they move in here do not speak English. Or do not speak good enough English. Or they are newcomers. Or they are people with questionable legal status, let's say. In other words, they make a very great deal of effort to move in people who are not going to quote unquote rock the boat. That's how they get away with shit like that. I've lived in buildings like this my whole life. I know all the scams. And also, the management company literally refuses to interact with the tenants. Like, I've tried to speak to the so called property manager for years. They literally say, we do not speak to tenants. Tenants speak to idiot in the office. Idiot in the office emails so called property manager, and then she emails him back. And then the problem is he didn't forward it to me because their request for a letter about my back in the mailboxes, I didn't know about that for like 4 months. And it because I emailed the property manager directly. And I didn't know that she had apparently replied, instead of replying directly to me about a number of issues that I brought up with her, she replied to moron in the office who then never told me. And it was only when we were talking about something else and I happened to bring up, hey, I emailed her and she never emailed me back, so don't tell me. And he was like, oh, she emailed me back about that like 3 months ago. And I was like, what? Like, why is she emailing you back on an email that I sent, but then she did actually reply and you didn't tell me? And I asked him to forward a copy of that email to me, and he hasn't done so. I've asked repeatedly for that to be forwarded to me so I have an actual copy of the actual response to me, and was told no. Well, it wasn't told no, but he hasn't done it. So there's that. And thank you, Persnickety. Hug the puppy girl for me. Oh, kitty kitty. If only he wasn't such an evil little brat. Anger laces through me. What can I do with a virgin? The things I could say to that. I glare at her as fury surges through my body. Why the fuck didn't you tell me? Why the fuck didn't you ask, dumbass? I growl and start pacing my study. What do I want with a virgin? She shrugs apologetically at a loss for words. I don't understand why you didn't tell me. Exasperation clear in my voice. Again, where or when would... Why would you... It's not... Dumbass. The subject never came up, she said. It's true. I'm not in the habit of revealing my sexual status to everyone I meet. I mean, we hardly know each other. She is entirely right there. She is entirely right. As ever, it's a fair point. I can't believe I've given her the bus tour of my playroom. Thank heavens for the NDA that he himself admits would never hold up in court, because it's bullshit. Well, you know a lot more about me now, I snarl. I knew you were inexperienced, but a virgin. Hell, Anna, I just showed you not only the playroom, my rules, hard limits. She knows nothing. How could I do this? Well, how could I do this part is appropriate, but not in that context? May God forgive me, I mutter under my breath. I'm at a loss. Since when is he religious? Can I just say this? Because it's weird. Because in this one, he keeps in his head, he's going, oh my God, oh my Lord, Jesus Christ. He was not like this in the first one. His name is Christian, but he is not Christian. Like, did she forget that? I swear. Or like, how much of this is a ghostwriter, an editor, somebody? Because as much as this is E.L. James, she definitely wrote the majority of this, I feel like somebody else judged it here and there. Somebody else tried to soften things a little bit, tried to fill in, around the borders a little bit. Because I can see two hands at work on the tone and the style. I mean, I've been desperately trying to get back to my own writing, which I've succeeded by writing. I'm gonna say I wrote 2 paragraphs this week, which normally that's what I should be doing minimum per day. But I've kind of had other things on my mind. And I've written quite the outline, so I've contributed to my overall notes and outline without actually writing the goddamn story, which is my way of bullshit saying I almost did something this week. Better not to cough with wine in your mouth because I've sprayed this screen a couple times and I don't know how much more it's going to take. Oh, I just heard a puppy flap his ears. Apparently he's on the couch. I really thought that he was under the puppy bed this whole time. He's not. He's on the couch. A startling thought occurs to me. Our one kiss in the elevator, where I could have fucked her there and then. People got on 3 floors later. Was that her first kiss? Excuse me. Have you ever been kissed, apart from by me? Please say yes. Of course I have. She looks offended. Yeah, she's been kissed, but not often. And for some reason the thought is pleasing. And a nice young man hasn't swept you off your feet? I just don't understand. You're 21, nearly 22. You're beautiful. Why hasn't some guy taken her to bed? Okay, Jagoff. You don't know how many have tried. Maybe she is not into casual sex. Maybe she was waiting for a real relationship or not a college frat boy douchebag dude bro. Come on. I heard a puppy. Oh, I think he's going to the kitchen. Oh, I should do something. Hold on 1 second. You better stay right there. You move, I'm going to spank you again, you evil little thing. Okay, I thought the puppy was in the kitchen, but he's not. No, I don't know where he is. Trying to see if he slipped under the puppy bed when I wasn't looking. Yeah, I think he did. Okay, I really have no idea where he is. I don't want to wake him up. Bo! Bo! Bo, where are you? Okay, now I'm trying not to panic. Where the fuck is he? Oh, there he is. You are under the puppy bed. He was under the puppy bed. He's stealthy. How are you so quiet? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm sorry. Like, seriously, as I was going to the couch, he must have come under my desk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to bother you. I didn't know for sure if you were under there. I know I heard you on the couch. You want to come up? You want to come say hi? You want to come say hi? Come here. Yeah, come here. Come on. Oh, yes. Okay. He needs belly rubs first. Yes. Belly rubs of reassurance. Come on. Come on. I know. I know. I'm a bad puppy mommy. I know. I'm a terrible puppy mommy. I'll make it up to him. I know. I know. I'm a bad puppy mommy, okay? I love my puppy and I get scared when I don't know where he is. Yes, because look how beautiful this doggy is. Yes. Yes, you're just the most beautiful little doggy and I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much, little baby. Oh, I love you. Yes, say hi. Say hi. I need new dog food. Because I won't eat it because the kitty is a bastard. I had to get him food that was not his usual kind, and the kitty apparently said, mine, mine, mine. And so he's been starving himself for weeks. Because I just figured this out today, why he wouldn't eat the fucking kibble. Like, I thought he was just being stubborn because it's not his usual. But no, the kitty told him that it's his, and so because he's so submissive, like he was raised under another dog, so he's used to being told what to do all the time. And with other dog would eat first, and then it only give him permission to eat, like once he was finished. So that's why he has like, basically, Bo has no spine. He's the Anastasia of dogs. So once Kitty said, no, it's mine, you don't eat that, he's been starving himself. I was also dealing with that today, and that was what led to my friend being a complete douchebag to me earlier and upsetting me greatly at a very bad time to upset me, from which I am still not recovered, and I'm going to give him a piece of my mind later tonight, but yeah, he was a fucking asshole. Right, puppy? But yes, men are bad at listening, because I told him to shut the fuck up several times before snapping. But then he did something he shouldn't have done, so we will discuss that later. Okay, I'm going to put you down, and you're going to go back under your puppy bed and go sleep, okay? And I'll feed you some treats later, okay? Okay, maybe lots and lots. Yeah, he would sleep on me right now if I let him. Yeah. Good baby, I love you so much. I love you so much. Yes, say bye-bye. Bye-bye, people. Bye-bye. Buy my mommy some handcuffs. Right? Okay. Bye-bye. Good boy. That's a good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you're my good, beautiful boy. You're so good. I love you so much. I love you so much. He's such a good baby. He is one of the best dogs to ever be a dog. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're one of the best dogs ever made. Yes, you are. Please eat the kibble. Can you please do that for me? I don't care what the kitty says. I outrank the kitty. We've discussed this. Da, 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 da. A startling blah 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 kiss. Shit, maybe she's religious. No, Welch would have uncovered that. Yes, because my stalker powers know no limits. She gazes down at her fingers, and I think she's smiling. She thinks this is funny. I could kick myself. Are you seriously discussing what I want to do when you have no experience? Words fail me. How can this be? Well, you maybe should have asked some questions before you showed her the playroom, but you didn't. You just assumed. Which is really dumb for especially someone in his position. Like, it really, really is. Here's a question. How have you avoided sex? Tell me, please. I'm sorry. What even is that question? Like, I swear to God, you could translate that into how have you not been raped or something. Like, how have you avoided sex? How about by saying no? Like avoided like sex is something you just run into randomly in the street and have to dodge it? What the hell? Because I don't get it. She's in college, and from what I remember of college, all the kids were fucking like rabbits. All of them except me. Well, then you should understand. The thought is a dark one, but I push it aside for the moment. Anna shrugs, her small shoulders lifting slightly. No one's really, you know. She trails up. She's not been interested, though. Like, why did I never try to date in high school? Because I was not remotely interested in any of the absolute immature fuckwits I went to high school with. You know, it's not that I didn't want to be having sex or whatever. It's that there was nobody worth being interested in. And I was no prize myself. I'm still not. This is why I've never had a relationship. Because who the fuck would want to date me? No one has what? Seen how attractive you are? No one's lived up to your expectations? And I do? Me. She really knows nothing. How could she ever be a submissive if she has no idea about sex? This is not going to fly. And all the groundwork I've done has been for nothing. I can't close this deal. Just the way he thinks about it, so fucking hilarious. Why are you so angry with me? She whispers. Oh, get used to that, honey. It's its default state. Of course she would think that. Make this right, Gray. I'm not angry with you. I'm angry at myself. I just assumed. Why the hell would I be angry with you? Because you constantly are. What a mess this is. I run my hands through my hair, trying to rein in my temper. Do you want to go? I ask, concerned. No, unless you want me to go, she says softly, her voice tinged with regret. Of course not. I like having you here. The statement surprises me as I say it. I do like having her here, being with her. She's so different. And I want to fuck her, and spank her, and watch her alabaster skin pink beneath my hand. That's out of the question now, isn't it? No. Perhaps not the fucking. Perhaps I could. The thought is a revelation. I could take her to bed, break her in. It would be a novel experience for both of us. Would she want to? She asked earlier if I was going to make love to her. I could try, without tying her up. The fact that he has to specify in his own head that he's considering having sex with her without tying her up. And the fact that he refers to it as breaking her in, which, by the way, douchebag in the other series, the Mr. series, he did it too. He said it too. He said it exactly the same goddamn way. He said, he said something like breaking in a virgin is hard work, but somebody has to do it. I also said somebody has to do it, might as well be me, in like epic douchebag fashion. But he also referred to it as breaking in, and it's like, this is not a new pair of shoes. This is a woman. But to him, there is no difference. In fact, he probably cares more about the shoes because he cares about them. He doesn't care about her. So fucking her to get rid of her virginity is literally just like a task to cross off the list. He doesn't care. You know, like Like Angel when he devastates Buffy after they've had sex for the first time, but she doesn't know that made him turn evil, so he like completely devastates her and rips her heart out. That's Christian Grey all the time. Yeah, listening to Josh Whedon talk about that scene is actually very interesting on the commentaries. Whatever you think about Josh Whedon, like especially now, and there's a Buffy reboot coming. They're gonna do their legacy season like Gilmore Girls, at least one. I'm sure they're going to thoroughly implode all their own lore, and it's going to suck. Also, R.I.P. Michelle Trachtenberg, who will not be in it, sadly. Apparently, she was in talks to join the reboot, but didn't make it. So that's gonna be. They're gonna have to address that some way. Hopefully, they do it gracefully. I just hope James Marsters and Anthony. Is it Head or Harold? I can't remember what his last name is. I hope Spike and Giles come back, okay? And Eliza Dushku. Because if she's not in it, I may not watch. She was someone I had a huge crush on, too. Massive crush. I have watched, like, shows just because she was in it. I could try without tying her up. But she might touch me. Fuck. I glance down at my watch and note the time. It's late. When I look back at her, the sight of her toying with her bottom lip arouses me. What doesn't? I still want her in spite of her innocence. Could I take her to bed? Would she want to? Knowing what she knows about me now? Hell, I have no idea. Do I just ask her? Yes! But she's turning on me, biting her lip again. I point it out and she apologizes. See, your training in brainwashing is already working, douchebag. Don't apologize. It's just that I want to bite it too hard. Her breath hitches. Oh, maybe she's interested. Now I'm having a flash of that scene in Liar Liar where his boss is like jumping his bones and he's like calling to say he's not going to be at his son's birthday and she literally bites his lip and drags him. That's the only time I've ever seen that in a sex scene, and it's meant to be like slapstick comedy. Oh, maybe she's interested. Yes, let's do this. My decision is made. Note the part where he has not asked her. He has not said words out loud to ask her if she would like to have sex. Because he says, let's do this, my decision is made. Come, I offer, holding out my hand. What? We're going to rectify the situation right now. What do you mean? What situation? Your situation, Anna. I'm going to make love to you. Now. Notice how he's just announcing this in a declarative statement kind of way? Notice what he's not doing is asking for her consent in any way or asking if she wants to do this. He's just saying, we're going to do this. This is how he treats everything. This never changes. Oh, that's if you want to, I mean. I don't want to push my luck. How about I don't want to force you into something you're not ready for? I thought you didn't make love. I thought you fucked hard, she says. Her voice husky and so damn seductive. Her eyes are wide, pupils dilating. She's flushed with desire. She wants this too. Notice this is all from his point of view. This is his perspective and what he is seeing. That does not make it real because we've established he's delusional. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Again, exactly. So, and again, he's still not saying he's going to make love to her. He is thinking of this as like purely like mechanical exercise kind of thing. Like he really fucking is, because he's like, yeah, her being a virgin, that's a problem for me. So I need to solve the problem. So yeah, I think I can stick my dick in her one time without her being tied up. And, it might be a workable situation just this once because something is in my way. of me getting what I want. So let me literally remove the physical obstacle in my way. And he still hasn't said, like, make love to her. This is, yeah. No, I missed a line I should highlight. No, I'm losing my place. Yeah, I'm highlighting that my decision is made because that's what it is. It is entirely his decision. And yes, her virginity is a situation. It's something to be removed because it's in the way of him getting what he wants. And that's all that matters to him. That's all he ever sees. And now he's deciding that she wants this because, again, entirely his point of view. And a wholly unexpected thrill unfurls inside me. Okay, the word unfurl should never be used for anything but, like, sails on a pirate ship. I can make an exception. Or maybe combine the two. We'll see. So he's not even saying, like, entirely that I'm not going to tie you up or do any BDSM stuff. I'm going to try, but I'll probably wind up failing. I really want to make love to you. Please come to bed with me. I want our arrangement to work, but you really need to have some idea what you're getting yourself into. Critical phrase, we can start your training tonight with the basics. That doesn't mean I've come over all hearts and flowers. It's a means to an end, but one that I want. And hopefully you do too. So there it is. There it is. That's him outright saying, we can start your training tonight. So I am doing this solely for myself. I am doing this solely for myself, my own pleasure and my own benefit. I do not care about you. You are not a person. You are a thing, an object that I am molding to my will and my sexual preference. You are not a person. I am doing this for me, and I don't care about you. He just blatantly told her he doesn't care about her, and he never will. And you need to have some idea what you're getting yourself into. Dude, having your dick rammed into her until you come is like 5% of what you're asking her to do. It's really one of the least important parts. And it doesn't prepare her for any of the rest of what you want her to do. The rest is 95%, and that's the parts that are intense and dangerous the way that you do them. The being fucked part is like this much. And not the relative parts. And again, he is completely self-aware that he is only wanting to do this because it is a means to an end. Not because he wants to make love to her. He's only using those words because she did. Not because he even wants sex with her particularly at this moment, or at least not this way. Because he doesn't have sex this way. So for him, this is not good or satisfying or gratifying or emotionally released sex. This is pure mechanics and function. So yeah, really, that's just a really great way for a girl to lose it. Just so romantic to know and be told that the guy is literally only doing it because you being a virgin is a problem for him. So he's going to break you in so that that's no longer a problem, but also he's going to start training you to be fucked the way he likes to fuck when you have no experience whatsoever. Yeah, I'm with you there. Like I said, the fact that the UK had to take out like PSA style ads telling people to please stop doing the things you read in 50 Shades because ER visits due to sex gone wrong are up 300%, which is a true number. I'm not making that up. And it was all because of 50 Shades. The fact that an entire country had to take out public ads saying, please stop trying the things you read about in this book because people are getting really hurt because these books are garbage. That should be, where is it? That should be all the red flags, okay? And yet, the other series is still being made into a book. Yeah, I know. He treats her like a dog. He treats her very much like a dog the entire time, including in their marriage. Oh, I know. That would be mine too, but I'm a dame. There's a reason I never made a good submissive. When I was younger, I thought because I was female, and when I say younger, I mean way, 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 way too young to be involved in that stuff. But I had completely unsupervised internet access, so there you go. But yeah, I thought because I was female and young that I had to be the submissive, and it wasn't till like years later I realized, no, I much prefer being the dame. I will still do submissive scenes, but it's very much a case of topping from the bottom. I'm not a true submissive. I'm only looking for somebody willing to play the dominant role while I pretend to be submissive because other things are in play, but I'm not a true submissive, nor will I ever be, because I do not give up control. And I do not ever, even within limits and discussions, allow somebody else to be dominant over me. It just doesn't happen, and it's not going to. Gray, get a hold of yourself. I think he's about to. Her cheeks pink. Come on, Anna, yes or no? I'm dying here. Yeah, because that was just such an elegant proposal to say, can I be your first? Yes, to say we can start your training because I need to give you some idea of what you're getting into. I haven't done all the things you require from your list of rules. Her voice is timid. Is she afraid? I hope not. I don't want her to be afraid. See, you're supposed to think that'd be a deal breaker for him, but does it sound like it's a deal breaker? No. It sounds like he's saying, I don't want her to be afraid, but if she is, who really cares? Forget about the rules. Forget about all those details for tonight. I want you. I've wanted you since you fell into my office. And I know you want me. There it is. There it is. There's the ultimate stalker line. I know you want me. Ultimate fucking stalker line right there. You wouldn't be sitting here calmly discussing punishment and hard limits if you didn't. Fuck you. Please, Anna, spend the night with me. See how the brainwashing is like already so high? Because he's basically telling her she's already made the decision to sleep with him or she wouldn't still be here. Which is utter bullshit. I offer her my hand again, and this time she takes it. I pull her into my arms, holding her flesh against my body. She gasps with surprise as I feel her against me. The darkness is quiet, perhaps subdued by my libido. Sorry, did you just say the power of his cock made it be quiet? Somebody thought that was a good line. I'm sorry, but they just said his cock has the power to make darkness be quiet. This is not okay. This is really not okay. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna absolutely fucking die. Yes! God, yes! That is the perfect way to put it. Yes! That's what it is, because he's using, I forget the word for it, but there is a word for it. It's a type of logic manipulation of basically like saying like, "Oh, you haven't even though I've broken into your house and I've tied you to the bed and I'm about to rape you, you haven't called the police yet. Therefore, you want to have sex with me." That's what he's doing. Okay, don't overfill the glass just because you want to get really, really, really drunk. I want her. She's so alluring. This girl confounds me. Every step of the way. I've revealed my dark secret, yet she's still here. She hasn't run. I love how his criteria is hasn't run. That is his only criteria. My fingers tug at her hair, pulling her face up to mine. Here we go with the hair pulling. You can't just say, look at me. No, let me grab her hair and yank it. Right? Apparently so. Like, somehow. And again, these were written by the so-called author's own words. These were written to show his perspective, to redeem the character and prove that he is not the monster that the critics and you know, she said like feminists and she blamed like all kinds of groups. But she said herself that she wrote these to prove that he is not the monster that people thought he was, that he's just misunderstood, that it's not abusive at all, it's loving and caring, and it is the romance that she intended it to be. That is what she was saying at the time. She's backpedaled epically now. But keep in mind, these came out only 4 years after the original books, when she was at the height of defending Christian Grey and stated outright multiple times, no, he's not abusive. He is not abusive at all, and he's not a stalker. He's romantic as hell. Just people don't understand him. They just don't understand him, and they're just reading into it things that aren't there. They're making up things that aren't there. Well, bitch, in his own words, yes, you have made him worse. He comes off so much worse in these because we have his internal monologue where he knows what he's doing. He knows he's corrupting the virgin. He knows he's evil. He knows he doesn't give a fuck about this girl and never will, and has never cared about any of his submissive, and he can't even fake caring. Yeah, his perspective is entirely fucked up. And nobody ever challenges him on it, including her. Like, that's the thing. He never changes. Yes, he is abusive, stalker, manipulative. Yes, 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 yes. Entirely. 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 Like, I can't remember the name, but who... I can't remember the name, but the guy that was Nadia Comaneci's coach that did the same to her, that pulled the Svengali act on her. For anyone who doesn't know, please Google psychologically what Svengali is, because that is what this is. If E.L. James didn't look it up and emulate it on purpose, she managed to nail it perfectly. Like, in very, very short, it is someone in a position of power taking someone who is usually underage and is somehow under their control and manipulating them and molding them into their perfect submissive / sexual submissive. And it's always abusive and wrong. And yes, that's what happened to Nadia Comaneci by her coach. And even though she testified against him and he married her when she was underage, even years later, even after he went to jail for what he did to her, she still defended him. Because that is how much he brainwashed her from the time she was like 10 years old. And he married her in secret when she was like 12 so that they could have sex and he wouldn't get arrested. But yeah, he completely like manipulated, abused, and like, you know, made her into his perfect, you know, everything. But that's exactly what Christian Grey does. Oh, darling. That's still legal in like half of the United States of America. I'm not making that up. Until a couple years ago. A couple years ago when that became very, very public, I think because of a John Oliver piece, that in most states, um, with parental consent, uh, people as young as 10 could get married to a person of any age. So a 92-year-old rich guy could marry a 10-year-old, you know, local girl as long as her parents said it was okay. It was 10 to 12 in most states. I think a couple states have updated that, but there are still states that have no minimum marriage age. And they tried to pass a federal marriage act that would have made it like federally that you had to be a minimum of 16, I think, to get married, but it failed. So yeah, there's still several states where you can marry a 10 to 12-year-old or, at best like 14. I think a couple of states upon finding that out were outraged about it and did raise the marriage age within the state, but there's no federal set. And again, with parental consent, yeah, which of course almost always involves like, money changing hands, but nobody talks about that. But yeah, it's perfectly legal in several states. And that's the way for people to get around, like, because, a guy who's like, let's say 45, sleeping with a 12-year-old, that's a crime. You go to jail for that. However, if he marries her, that's not a crime. And it's a way that religion often enslaves girls because, especially in Mormonism, what do? They marry, yeah, like 12, 13-year-olds off to much older men, but in those same states where somehow marriage is legal at 12, those same states often, very often, have laws that say you must be either 18 or 21 to file for divorce. So effectively, if you're born in a religious cult of any kind or religion of any kind, because there's often a very thin line there, and your parents marry you off at 12 to a 60-year-old man, you can't even legally file for divorce between 6 to 9 years. So effectively, your parents have sold you into sexual slavery, and it's perfectly legal. Again, anyone out there watching this later who doesn't believe me, Google it. You will see that I am right. My fingers tugging at her hair, pulling her face up to mine. I gaze into her captivating eyes. You are one brave young woman, I breathe. No, she's just brain dead. I am in awe of you. I lean down and gently kiss her. Can I also point out she's had like 2 glasses of wine on an empty stomach inside like 10 minutes, so her level of sobriety is questionable right now. Then tease her lower lip with my teeth. I want to bite this lip. You already are. Excuse me. I tug harder and she whimpers. My cock hardens in response. There it is. There it is. There it is. Like, if you want to get this guy a birthday gift, just record yourself screaming for 2 hours. He'll get off on it nonstop. Because, again, it's about her saying no. He wants to be doing things to her that she doesn't want, but he keeps doing it anyway, and that's what gets him off. Because having a willing submissive doesn't do it anymore, because for some people, the more perverted you get in sex, the darker you get. Like, it's like heroin or something. It's like drugs. When you first start doing it, you only need a little tiny bit to get super high, but then the more you do it, you build up a tolerance, and so you need more and more and more to get any kind of a high, and then that's how people overdose and shit. He's exactly the same way. Same rules apply to him. I'm not saying to everybody. Most people find their limit or find their balance, but he doesn't. So he needs more and more of the drug. And for him, the drug is making women scream. It's doing things of questionable consent. It's doing more extreme sexual bondage things to them to get himself off. That's why he needs somebody who is not a submissive and doesn't want anything to do with that. Oh yeah. I don't know either. I think it's supposed to be sexy. I don't know. Please, Anna, let me make love to you, I whisper against her mouth. Yes, she responds, and my body lights up like the 4th of July. Get a grip, Gray. Yeah, seriously. We have no arrangement in place, no limits set. There's a dangerous phrase. She's not mine to do with as I please. And there it is again. That is him again saying that when a woman agrees to be a submissive, he owns her outright. He can do anything he wants, no matter what she says or wants. She is his property to do anything he wants to, and that's how he likes it. And that's why he's not a true dominant and they're not submissives. Like, at best, you can call them slaves, but that's even being generous. And yet, I'm excited, aroused. It's an unfamiliar but exhilarating feeling. Desire for this woman coursing through me. That ain't desire. I'm at the tipping edge of a giant roller coaster. Vanilla sex. Can I do this? Without another word, I lead her out of my study and through the living room and down the corridor to my bedroom. She follows, her hand tightly holding mine. Okay, she's not following you if you're holding her hand and dragging her with you. That's not following. Ask the people that made this a multi-billion-dollar franchise. Because I'm still trying to work out. I have the second book in this series. I don't have the third one. I'm still trying to figure out how I get it for free because I refuse to give Neil James any money. I'll figure it out too. Shit. Contraception. He's now having this thought. I'm sure she's not on the pill. Fortunately, I have condoms for backup. Again, why would he have condoms when we later learn that he hates condoms and makes his submissives go on birth control? Why would he have condoms at all? It makes no sense. At least I don't have to worry about every dick she's slept with. I release her by the bed, walk over to my chest of drawers, remove my watch, shoes, and socks. I assume you're not on the pill. She shakes her head. Hey, she could have been on it to regulate her period. Some women do. I didn't think so. From the drawer, I take out a packet of condoms, letting her know that I'm prepared. Oh, I tried the pill to fix my periods. All it did was make me bawl hysterically. And I mean, like, I would just randomly, for no reason, burst into fucking tears and have like a 40-minute crying jag. Only, well, not always 40 minutes, sometimes between 5 and 40 minutes, but it was happening like 30, 40 times a goddamn day at the end. And I was only on them for like 6 weeks and they don't work for a month. So once they started working, they basically just made me bawl my fucking eyes out constantly. It's literally the closest I've ever felt to actually going crazy. Like I remember being in my therapist's office and it hit for like the fourth time. And I literally was curled up in the corner on the floor, bawling hysterically, like yelling at her, make this stop. I'm going crazy. Make this stop. Because I hadn't figured out yet that it was the birth control. Once I did and I stopped taking it, life was good. The crying jags went away like within a day. Because again, birth control, very short lifetime. That's why very short half-life. I mean, that's why you have to take it at the same time every day. Because I've known girls that they miss by 15 minutes, bang, their period starts. Because they missed and they're ovulating immediately. Like, it's so tight, really. And birth control, correct. Birth control is not 100%. They've been working on a birth control pill for men. The problem is
it seems to like cycle out of their system too fast. And again, by the way, I've seen at least 3 studies on the male birth control pill where all of the participants in the study wound up dropping out because, and I quote, the side effects were too severe because they started getting girly side effects like crying and cramping. And they said, fuck this and quit. And some of these studies were paying like $50,000. They were putting in the money and men still couldn't take it. Shit that we deal with naturally. Because those go with being on your period anyway. That's why I couldn't stop crying earlier tonight when my friend pissed me off. Because I'm hormonal as fuck right now, so I couldn't stop crying for like an hour and a half. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know, right? I know. Again, there's a very old video from BuzzFeed of couples reading lines from the original 50 Shades to each other, including lines like that, and just seeing the reaction as guys read this to their girl, and they're like, "Are you fucking kidding me? How is this romantic? You're making that up." And then the guy like showed her the book. She's like, "Okay, you're not making it up, Jesus." Because she really thought that he was just messing with her. Yeah, they have been working on it. They've been working on male birth control. Like it's a very tough thing to crack. Because the thing is what they're trying to do is stop the production of sperm, which given how fast that happens in a guy, like I get why it's hard. Like women, we only ovulate once a month, so making something that happens once a month stop a lot easier than producing millions of sperm literally every day. I can understand why they're having scientific difficulty there. But this is also why, again, in the States with all the abortion laws they passed, vasectomies for men are up like 1,200%. Because in some places, that's the only form of birth control left. It also makes me wonder, since he is very clear that he doesn't want kids, why has he not had a vasectomy? Because that would take care of it, right? He never has to worry about knocking up one of his submissives because he's had a vasectomy. He can't knock them up. And he knows he doesn't want kids. Or if he does, let's say like he can freeze his sperm. That's a thing. Freeze his sperm just in case, as a backup plan, and have a vasectomy. So your bases are covered. You can't knock up your submissives, but if you ever want to have children, the option is there. Would that not make perfect sense? That's exactly what I was trying not to say it, but yes, I think that's exactly why. It has to be. That has to be like the only reason. Which is a bad one because, again, if he's someone who cares so much about being in control, that's being in control. Using a condom is not entirely being in control. Whereas vasectomy, that's being in control. So I think this is an oversight on the so-called author's part. But what am I saying? Like, she put any thought into this? I didn't take out a packet of condoms, letting her know I'm prepared. She studies me, her eyes impossibly large in her face, and I have a moment's hesitation. Oh, God. This is supposed to be a big deal for her, isn't it? Oh, my God. I remember my first time with Elena, how embarrassing it was. But what a heaven-sent relief. In other words, I didn't know what I was doing, but she let me do it. Actually, she did it to him. Because let's just keep in mind, every time he is thinking about his relationship with Elena, she is his mother's best friend who was in her, at best, late 30s, early 40s. She was definitely in her, she was definitely in her 40s when she started abusing and sleeping with a very underage Christian Grey. Let's just keep that in mind every time he thinks about his sexual escapades with Elena. Because she even said the first time that he met her, what did she do? She walked up to him, slapped him hard across the face, grabbed him, kissed him, and then slapped him again, and then walked away. That was their introduction. By his own words. Deep down, I know I should send her home. But the simple truth is, I don't want her to go, and I want her. So I'm being incredibly selfish and doing something evil, and I'm fully aware of it, but I'm going to do it anyway. What's more, I can see my desire reflected in her expression, in her darkening eyes. Again, he is seeing this. She's not saying it. Do you want the blinds drawn? I ask. I don't mind, she says. I thought you didn't let anyone sleep in your bed. Who says we're going to sleep? Also, you're in the penthouse of like a 60-story building. Who do you think is watching? Channel 5 News? Oh. Her lips form a perfect small O. My cock hardens further. Yes, I'd like to fuck that mouth. That O. I stalk towards her like she's my prey. She is! Oh, baby, I want to bury myself in you. He could have just said, I want to bury you, and I believe it more. Her breathing is shallow and quick. Her cheeks are rosy. She's wary, but excited. And he's taking this as consensual. I know, right? I know, right? I know. It's like a very questionable episode of Frasier where they get a telescope. Oh, God, it gets worse. She's at my mercy, and knowing that makes me feel powerful. She has no idea what I'm going to do to her. Don't believe me? It's right fucking there. Because, yes, I have had people in the comments accuse me of making up lines in this. I don't have to. It really is that bad. To all the men of the world, is being with someone that has no idea what you're about to do to them a turn on? Reaching up, I gently push her jacket off her shoulders and fold it and place it on my chair. Do you have any idea how much I want you, Anna Steele? Note he's calling her Anna here, which is her preferred way of being referred to, even though he's insisted on calling her Anastasia even over her objections every other time. Her lips part as she inhales, and I reach up to touch her cheek. Her skin is petal soft beneath my fingertips as they glide down to her chin. She's entranced, lost, under my spell. So he knows this, and yet we're still supposed to take this as consensual? She's already mine. It's intoxicating. Again, she has not agreed to any of his bullshit, but he's already saying that he's won. And he's right, but that doesn't make it okay. Do you have any idea what I'm going to do to you? I murmur, and hold her chin between my thumb and forefinger. Leaning down, I kiss her firmly, molding her lips to mine. Returning my kiss, she's soft and sweet and willing. I have an overwhelming need to see her. All of her. Okay, the willing part is so in his head. There's no fucking way. Like he would know.
I make quick work of her buttons, slowly peeling off her blouse and letting it fall to the floor. I stand back to look at her. She's wearing the pale blue bra that Taylor bought. She's stunning. Oh, Anna, you have the most beautiful skin, pale and flawless. I want to kiss every single inch of it. There's not a mark on her. The thought is unsettling. I was not prepared. There's not a mark on her. The thought is unsettling. I want to see her marked. Pink, with tiny thin welts. From a crop, maybe. Yeah, this is really romantic. Like, seriously, was she trying to emulate Catcher in the Rye? Like, I refused to read that book in high school for reasons, but I'm well aware that it's considered the love book of sociopaths and sometimes psychopaths. Okay, yes, that's why I refused to read it, because I was afraid that I hadn't embraced my own being a psychopath and sociopath yet. So I was afraid that it would confirm it, and that's why I refused to read it. I claimed it was for religious bullshit reasons, and I went to an idiot school, so they believed me and let me read something else. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know, so I know. Like, he may as well have said, I want to see my name tattooed on her ass. Like, okay, I almost confused movie characters for a second, but I'm now wondering, how have I never had this goddamn thought before? Fucking A. I'm now wondering if one of the inspirations for him, including where the name came from, who knows the show Nip Tuck? Very popular show in its day. Julian McMahon, who I knew from Charmed, and that's why I started watching Nip Tuck. Also, it's incredibly enjoyable. It's ridiculous and laughable, but it's drama, it's sexy, it has a lot of sex and nudity. He is named Christian Troy in that, and he is a sadist. He abuses and treats women horribly. He also has a lot of sex. Like, almost every episode has a scene of him fucking a woman, not always fully consensually. There's often booze and drugs involved, and he's an evil bastard who will literally fuck them in the 2 seconds after he comes, while they're laying there and about to go, oh my god, that was so good. He throws their clothes at them and says, get out. Like, he's a sadistic bastard. He gets called out on it repeatedly. And it's revealed that he was abused as a child sexually, and that makes him be a sadistic bastard to women in his grown-up life, and he never has had a real relationship. He's always wham bam, thank you ma'am, get the fuck out, I never want to see you again, because he uses women and throws them away, and he treats them like garbage, and he drives a number of women insane, and like he literally does. He drives a number of women insane to the point where they suicide, they attack him, they become obsessed, and one of them gets property of Christian Troy tattooed on her lower back and on her ass. And so I'm now thinking how have I never put this together? But I'm now thinking that character may have served as a massive inspiration. More than the Thomas Crown Affair, more than Pretty Woman. Because, yeah, now that I think about it, the character of Christian Troy, and when that show was on TV and popular, because it would have been right about that time, she may have even taken the name from there. That may be where she got the name Christian from, now that I'm thinking about it. Because, yeah, there's a number of things. The show was on for 6 years. I've seen it all multiple times. Don't judge me. But the things that Christian Troy does in the show and the way women react to him, there's a lot of it in this series, and I mean a lot now that I'm thinking about it.
I can play the match game between these books and that show a lot. I can't believe I never saw this before. It has to be. There's no way. That's got to be it. That's got to be. Fuck, now that I think about it, Jesus. There really is like a huge amount of crossover and things that are identical. And yeah, the way Christian Troy, Julian McMahon's character, treats women is exactly how Christian Grey treats women, except he doesn't have like the bondage stuff. He kind of does sometimes. He does the spanking whipping thing a few times. But the way he treats women as disposable as property, even to the point of he doesn't care if he physically injures them, which he does multiple times. Like, yeah, exactly. And his name is only 2 letters different. I didn't even think of that because I'm not a spelling person, but thank you for that. But yeah, absolutely, yeah. And also, Troy is his adopted name. Fuck, he's adopted too. I just forgot that he's also adopted. At 4 years old. I'm not making this up, I swear to God. I have not even thought about that. Yeah, the character of Christian Troy, it's revealed late season 1 or season 2 that, and even his partner didn't know this because he buried it. But yeah, it's revealed that he was adopted at a very, very young age. I think he might have even said that his mother was a crack whore. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. He may have legitimately said that his mother like died of a drug overdose or something, and that's why he was adopted at like age 4. I'm not making. I want to Google this so bad right now. In Christian Troy's like personal history, does he say what age he was adopted at, and did he really call his mom a crack whore? Because I think he did. And then talks about being abused by his adopted family or one of his adopted families, because I think it said he has more than one, but and that money was involved. He was adopted like into a rich family kind of. Oh my God. How did I never put it together? Yeah, Christian Grey's backstory is Christian Troy's backstory from Nip Tuck. I should have seen that so much earlier, but I haven't thought about the show in so long. Because it ended in like 06. But all of that is in season 1, which came out well before the first books. I think it was like 99, maybe 2000. Fucking Christ. That's where she got it. We have solved the mystery. That's where she got it, because it overlaps so much. More than like the other things I said are still influences. Thomas Crown Affair and Pretty Woman, they're all still influences, definitely. But Christian Grey's backstory is the backstory of Christian Troy. It completely is. Down to the self-made millionaire. Because he even says he became rich and powerful so no one would ever hurt him again. And he only cares about like money and flash. He also commits murder a few times throughout the series. Hello! You're so late, dude. Don't worry, we're in the midst of him deflowering the Virgin in a very non-consensual way after saying several horrific things. Including, she whimpers, my cock hardens in response. The darkness is quiet, perhaps subdued by my libido. This is supposed to be a big deal for her, isn't it? Deep down, I know I should send her home. I stalk towards her like she's my prey. She's at my mercy. She's already mine. Do you have any idea what I'm going to do to you? We can start training you tonight. Also referring to taking her virginity as a means to an end. And asking how she's avoided sex. But we're just getting into the worst of it. I need a refill. Ah! Okay, the box is leaking. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Ah! Hold on, it's all over me. Shit, I don't have any. I'm tied up. Shit. Okay, sorry, skirt. Sorry, dress. I literally just fucking washed. I tried to do my laundry. I only did 2 loads because they've increased the price of the laundry machines again. So it now costs like $9 to do 1 load of laundry. And of course, only half the machines are ever fucking working. Hey, honey, Sponsor me to chug this. I will love you forever.
Yes, my hair looks like Einstein because it's at a weird length right now. I don't have any hair products, so and the water I slicked it down with is long gone. So yes, I have Einstein freaking delusional hair, which makes me want to shave my head right now. Oh, and by the way, here's the line you're coming in on. You have the most beautiful skin, pale and flawless. I want to kiss every single inch of it. And then in his head, there's not a mark on her. The thought is unsettling. I want to see her marked. Pink with tiny thin welts from a crop, maybe. This is where his head is. She colors a delicious rose, embarrassed, no doubt. How do you know I'd be terrified. If I do nothing else, I will teach her not to be shy of her body. That's not what this is. Reaching up, I pull her hair tie, freeing her hair. It tumbles lush and chestnut around her face, down to her breasts. Again, in the movie, her hair is about this long. It doesn't cover her breasts, and it's not lush and full. She's not Hermione. I like brunettes. She's lovely, exceptional, a jewel. Holding her head, I run my fingers through her hair and pull her to me, kissing me. I'm gonna have to put up with so much goddamn hair pulling. That's one of my hard limits, and anyone who breaks it is never seen in my vicinity again. But not only do I not like it because I believe it makes things non-consensual because it's a level of control too far, I have neck injuries, so if you pull my hair, you're gonna fucking hurt me for real. But I am currently dealing with somebody who doesn't fucking get the concept of rules, though they are being schooled. Slowly, though, because some people are stupid. She moans against me and parts her lips, allowing me access to her warm, wet mouth. I'm sorry, but tongue kissing is one of those things that gives me the ick and makes me possibly be about to puke on you. It's just not for some people, okay? I don't get the appeal, and especially germs and ew and spit and ew. I also don't like anything slimy. A sweet appreciative noise echoes through me to the end of my cock, because everything has to be about his. Her tongue shyly meets mine, tentatively probing my mouth, and for some reason, her fumbling. Oh, her fumbling inexperience is ... hot. Where's my crop? Yeah, I need more. I'm going to start with the crop, and we're going to. Bad book. Bad book. And I need something stronger than this. Not wasting my wooden paddle. Silicone paddle. One of my favorites. Seriously, you can get them for cheap and they never wear out and they're really good. Especially if you really want to make it sting, get them wet and then smack and it's really good. But you can do a lot of different levels with this. So this is a really versatile all-around tool. Such as that. See, but I can also do this. I can do it just with the tip that makes it sting a little bit. Or I can do the full-on smack super hard that is going to hurt. And watch your angles if you're doing it on the ass, because if you hit someone's sciatic nerve and set it off, you're done. And that can cause serious damage. So again, know where your zones are. Or if somebody's really bad, you can turn around and use... Knocked over... Okay, almost spilled the thing. Don't spill the thing. You can use the thicker end, because again, thicker to go. Notice the sound difference? Or again, you can use it on the edge. or on the edge like this if you want to alternate. So this is a very versatile little thing that you can get for under $10, and it never wears out. Though do make sure you keep it clean because silicone can absorb germs, and I don't mean like from like spunk and shit. I mean like just from sweat. So make sure you do clean this even if it doesn't look dirty. You know, again, just hot water and dish soap will do. I creased the page. Yes, it does. And I'm looking at my email. If it will let me. Oh, wow. Okay, thank you. And that is for more than chugging. So I'm waiting for it to come up. Is there a note? Aww. Sweetheart. Thank you so much. You are an angel. And we have a new duck. And like, wait, did that say, hold on. I need to read again. Because my brain is a sieve. But we know this. Thank you so much. Okay. So, we have a new duck. First time in a while. Okay, I'm closing my eyes. My eyes are closed. Okay. Where's the bag? There's the bag. Okay, I got the bag. Round and round and round we go. Where it stops, nobody knows. And I'll take this one. So this is the duck. What do we got? Oh, he's got paint cans. Oh, he's like got spray paint. Oh, so he's like painter duck. I think these are meant to be. Hold on, are these spray cans or ice cream? Given the hat, I'm going with spray cans, so I'm going with painter duck. So what would we like to name handyman duck, painter duck, graffiti duck? I'm open to suggestions. And he needs a name. But at least we can identify this one. That's saying something. We can identify this duck, which is good. Okay, so while we wait for a name, if the person who sponsored him wants to name them, you know who you are, and I don't say real names out loud, but thank you so very much. So they'll. So, what would you like to name your duck if you have a name in mind? Bob. Aw, Bob the duck. Okay, I'm adding it to the official list. I'm adding it to the official list of ducks. I'm gonna call him Handyman Duck if that's okay, because I don't want to limit him by saying painting. Handyman duck named Bob. That's so for. Are you thinking like Bob the Builder with 2 B's? Okay, yes, sir. Bob with 2 B's. You got it. There we go. All right. So we have 10 ducks left, and I have to chug. So give me 1 second. I'm taking a sip of water first. Excuse me. Bob is a good name. Oh. I know why someone is laughing at that, but I'm not going to say a goddamn word. We're a full hour behind, by the way. Not that I'm judging. I'm enjoying myself. And after I had a really shitty fucking day and got triggered all the hell, I needed this. So, cheers, everyone. Oh. That is going to go straight to my head. But that's exactly what I need. Because this is not the worst scene we have to get through tonight. She tastes luscious. Wine, grapes, and innocence. Now I'm flashing to Jack the Ripper. A potent, heady mix of flavors. I fold my arms tightly around her, relieved she only grips my upper arms. With one hand in her hair, holding her in place, I run my other hand down her spine to her ass and push her against me, against my erection. Okay, dude, if you're so nervous about her potentially touching your chest where you don't like to be touched, how about you just tell her? How about you just say, like, it's okay to touch my arms or my back, but please don't touch my chest? You don't have to explain why. You can just say it. She moans again. I continue to kiss her, coaxing her unschooled tongue to explore my mouth as I explore hers. Again, douchebag in the Mister series also calls the virgin he takes to bed under very questionable circumstances and very like not quite as blatantly unconsensual as this, but pretty fucking close. He also calls her unschooled as well. Excuse me. I chugged an entire thing. I'm sorry. It's probably not the last burp. Right? 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 He's a succubus. I warned you. My body tenses when she moves her hands up my arms. For a moment I worry where she'll touch me next. She caresses my cheek, then strokes my hair. It's a little unnerving. But when she twists her fingers in my hair, pulling gently, damn, that feels good. I groan in response, but can't let her continue. Before she can touch me again, I push her against the bed and drop to my knees. I want her out of these jeans. I want to strip her, arouse her some more, and keep her hands off me. Grasping her hips, I run my tongue just north of the waistband up to her navel. She tenses and inhales sharply. Fuck, does she smell and taste good? An orchard in springtime, and I want my fill. Yeah, he really does sound like a demon here. Her hands fist in my hair once more. This I don't mind. In fact, I like it. I nip at her hip bone, and her grip tightens in my hair. Her eyes are closed, her mouth slack, and she's panting. I reach up and undo the button on her jeans. In other words, she's an Orgasmatron 3000 because no real woman acts like this fucking ever. Ooh, lost a bookmark. Shit. Okay, back in place, working. She opens her eyes and we study each other. Slowly I ease down the zipper and move my hands around to her ass. Slipping my hands inside the waistband, I palm against the soft cheeks of her behind and slide her jeans off. I can't stop myself. I want to shock her. Test her boundaries right now. Yeah, this is a good thing to do to a virgin during her first time after you promised that it would just be vanilla sex and you wouldn't do any kinky shit, but in his head he said, I'm going to start training her right now. He would be an incubus. I apologize. You are correct. He would be an incubus. I'm blaming the wine, but yes, you're entirely correct. I misgendered it. I apologize to the demon community. Not taking my eyes off hers, I deliberately lick my lips, then lean forward and run my nose up the center of her panties. Inhaling her arousal, closing my eyes, I savor her. Wouldn't licking up the front of her panties be arousing? Because I've never heard of rubbing your nose on anything being arousing. And yet again, something seen in the Mister. So again, I think E.L. James has a fetish about smell and noses. I really do. Because the recurringness of it.
Lord, she's enticing. You smell so good. My voice is husky with want and my jeans are becoming extremely uncomfortable. I need to take them off. Oh, we've forgotten that he has like a 16-inch penis. Gently, I push her onto the bed and grasping her right foot, I make quick work of removing her sneaker and socks. To tease her, I run my thumbnail along her instep, and she writhes gratifyingly on the bed, her mouth open, watching me. If you touch my feet, all you're going to get is kicked in the face. Leaning down, I trace my tongue along her instep. She also has a foot fetish because the other guy has a shoe/foot fetish. So, yeah. My teeth grazed a little line that my thumb has left in its wake. Okay, dude, if you're doing this up somebody's instep and your thumbnail is leaving a line, like, are your thumbnails super sharp? Did you cut her? Like, how is there a line unless you were being extraordinarily rough? Painfully so, especially on a delicate place like the bottom of the foot. No, she does. No. Because he's deliberately overwhelming her. He knows what he's doing. Yes, you are also right about that. Well, she has had like 2 glasses of wine and nothing else. Maybe a little. I didn't think of that. Good one. Oh, Bob approves. Oh, Anna, what I could do to you. I whisper as images of her writhing beneath me in my playroom flash through my mind. Shackled to my 4-poster, bent over the table, suspended from the cross. I could tease and torture her until she begged for release. The images make my jeans even tighter. Well, there you go. Hell. Quickly, I remove her other shoe and sock and pull off her jeans. She's almost naked on my bed, her hair framing her face perfectly, her long, pale legs stretched out in invitation before me. I have to make allowances for her inexperience. But she's panting, wanting, her eyes fixed on me. What allowances, what, my brain is starting to short circuit. I'm not doing it now, but I'm going to come back to this page and highlight so much. I've never fucked anyone in my bed before. Another first with Miss Steele. You're very beautiful, Anastasia Steele. I can't wait to be inside you. I'm sorry, if I'm in bed with a guy and he calls me by name and then says, I can't wait to be inside you, we're so done. My voice is gentle and I want to tease her some more. Find out what she does know. You already know she doesn't know anything! You already know she doesn't fucking know anything! You know this! Show me how you pleasure yourself, I asked, gazing intently down at her. You don't know that she does! Like, I was shocked when I was older to learn that I was one of those girls that had, like, an intense learning to masturbate phase and did it and do it frequently, but that makes me the exception, not the rule. She frowns. Don't be coy, Anna. Show me. See, this is what we're going to get into, is that she doesn't do this. Part of me wants to spank the shyness out of her, because that's so how that works. She shakes her head. I don't know what you mean. Okay, I call bullshit on her on this point, because I'm sorry, you don't get to be 20-something-year-old without knowing what masturbating is. Even if you don't do it, and I'm not saying you have to. That is personal choice. But you know what it is. Is she playing games? How do you make yourself come? I want to see. In other words, put on a show for me, baby. Literally put on a cam show of you masturbating and coming for me because I want to sit here and watch like a total pervert. And again, we're still spelling cum wrong. We're still spelling cum wrong. 4th goddamn book. 7th book, actually, because I read the other 2 and she makes the same goddamn mistake. She can never spell cum correctly. And I know, internet, I know that it is her pandering to the religious crowd who thinks spelling cum, C-U-M, which is the proper spelling in sexual terms, is vulgar. So they don't spell it that way. Okay, that makes the religious people fucking morons, as well as borderline retarded. And the second you start changing the meaning of words, you're this close to being a cult, because that's what cults do. They change the meaning of words to their own goddamn meaning, because then we have our own little secret language, and only us who know, and we're really smart, and that makes us special and you different, and that's how people keep controlling a cult. Also, if you want to know if you're in a religion or a cult, question the authority. Question the dogma. If you get punished for it, you're in a cult. Because religion can tolerate being questioned, cults can't. She remains mute. Clearly, I've shocked her again. I don't, she mutters finally, her voice breathless. There we go. Because she has to be the most innocent of innocents in the entire world in that she's never touched herself or had an orgasm ever. I gaze at her in disbelief. Even I used to masturbate before Elena sunk her claws into me. She's probably never had an orgasm, though I find this hard to believe. Whoa. I'm responsible for her first fuck and her first orgasm. I'd better make this good. Can I just say that just proves that all he was planning to do was literally stick his dick in her to break her hymen and then like be done or just jerk off on top of her? Because to him this is just removing an obstacle. This is not sex. Because this is not how he has sex. So no wonder he's about to be horrifically brutal to her and has no idea how to treat a virgin. Because he's about to like do something that would be traumatizing to any woman. And yes, the guy in the other book does it just as badly. Like, i.e., in a way that would make a woman want to never have sex ever again. And least of all with you. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. I'm going to make you come like a freight train, baby, in his head. Hell, she's probably never seen a naked man either. Not taking my eyes off her, I undo the top button on my jeans and ease them to the floor. Though I can't risk taking my shirt off because she might touch me. Again, just tell her not to. Like, just say, I don't like to be touched. Okay? Plenty of people have issues with being touched, or like, I don't like my hair pulled. I don't like my hair touched. Period. I don't like anybody touching my hair. That's why I cut my own hair. Also, salons are a massive ripoff for women. That was what started it, but really, like, and I'm good. I'm good at haircuts. I've done my friends and that, and I'm good. But like, I don't like people touching my hair. Don't fucking touch my hair. I may smack you. Don't. Like, just say so. Just say, don't touch me. I don't like it. Like, is that so fucking hard? But if she did, it wouldn't be so bad, would it? Being touched? So now this is where we get she's the cure to his mental illness. Because E.L. James thinks that just finding your muse in life cures your mental illness. Oh, she's Kim Kardashian to Kanye, except he's still fucking crazy. And just publicly abused his current wife by making her walk the red carpet naked because he could at an event that he was not invited to. I banish the thought before the darkness surfaces, and grasping her ankles, I spread her legs. Her eyes widen as her hands clench my sheets, because we're ripping off that scene from Twilight when we get the orgasm of the sheet clench. It's a meme. It's a gif. Also, can we agree that Twilight has the ugliest engagement ring ever?
Yes, keep your hands there, baby. Again, say something out loud to tell her. I crawl slowly up the bed, between her legs. She squirms beneath me. Can we also point out there's been like 0 foreplay and he's about to... Keep still, I tell her, and lean down to kiss the delicate skin of her inner thigh. I trail kisses up her thighs, over her panties, across her belly, nipping and sucking as I go. She writhes beneath me. We're going to have to work on keeping you still, baby. If you'll let me. I'll teach her to just absorb the pleasure and not move. Ah! Intensifying every touch, every kiss, every nip. The thought alone is enough to make me want to bury myself in her. But before I do, why does he always say bury? Why does he always say bury? And in my head, again, this ties into my head canon, where at least 10 of his former subs and at least one other person he has buried after murdering them. So I think that's why he says bury, because subconsciously he knows he's going to kill her and bury her someday. I need more wine. Allowed to point at the bit of how he's okay with sticking it in her, which is touching. Yes! 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 Because as we learn, if they do the stupid lipstick. Oh my god. No! I didn't see that! My lipstick came down from Nip Tuck! Oh my god! I'm so right about his character coming from Nip Tuck. I'm fucking right, I'm fucking right, I'm fucking right, I'm fucking right, I'm fucking right. Ow! I'm fucking right! I'm fucking right! Oh my god! No! Because in the first episode, I'm not even fucking making this up. I'm not even making this up. Christian Troy in the first episode, he fucks this woman named Kimber, and he's a sadistic bastard, and he's a plastic surgeon, and she has insurance, so she's a model, she's an aspiring model. He fucks her and does coke off her ass, and then after the fucking and the coke, he stands her in front of the mirror naked, I swear to God, and he takes her lipstick. I'm not even fucking making this up. He takes her lipstick and draws on her face and on her body, quote, everything that is wrong with her, and then convinces her to have all this plastic surgery that she lets him do, and like implies that he'll still be with her if she's like perfect, if he makes her body perfect, and then it'll help her career. And she was supposed to be a one-off character, and they brought her back throughout the entire series. She stayed the whole 6 seasons because she's fucking amazing. But he does the literal drawing on her with the lipstick thing, which later he does. He later does. He lets her draw on him to show his nose zones with the lipstick. It's the same scene. Oh my god! How did I not see this? How did I not see this? How did I not see this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forget that women can go into a frequency only dogs can hear. But it's the first episode of Nip Tuck. It is the first episode. After he beds Kimber and does coke off her ass, he stands her in front of the mirror and uses a lipstick that I swear is the same shade as the one they used in the movies. I swear to God, I have very visual memory and I'm good at colors because I'm an artist. It's the same fucking shade, and he draws on her body to show her what is wrong with her and what needs to be surgically fixed to make her perfect. And he manipulates the hell out of her into doing it and letting him do it, because he literally recreates her body like this. Oh my god, Nip Tuck is entirely the inspiration for this. Oh my god, but she only watched like the first season because that was all that was out. But oh my god, how did I not see this for all these years? Oh my god. It literally, it has the lipstick scene. It has the lipstick scene. And he has a thing about being touched as well. Because he does... Oh my god, he does the hands thing. When she tries to touch his chest, he does the same thing. He grabs her hands and ties and puts them. He doesn't tie them, but he just puts her hands above her head and like tells her not to. Okay, Christian Troy and Christian Grey are the same person. Writers of Nip Tuck. Writers and creator of Nip Tuck. Who, I forget who created it, but it's somebody very well known. Please sue E.L. James for ripping off your character, because wow, did she. And I mean scene for scene.
Yes, because Nip Tuck is a good show. It's dark and disturbing at times, but that's the point, is that it doesn't shy away from the ugly facts of life sometimes and what people have to deal with and the fallout, and there's real consequences in the show for things like that. Like Christian Troy gets his comeuppance more than once. Not that he's not a murderer and an evil bastard and a sadistic bastard and a great abuser and sexual abuser of women. He is. But he has an actual character arc. Like he like, well, I'm not gonna spoil, but like he turns into a real person and like falls in love and wants to get married and has like real relationships later on. He does the thing that Christian Grey does not do. He grows and changes as a person and deals with his issues and deals with his abuse and does eventually at times make amends, or tries to these women. He tries to. It is a much better story. It's a really good show. It's really good. It's high drama, it's high octane, and it's high fantasy. It's absolutely extraordinarily high fantasy. But it's fun as hell. But he does not get off without consequences, is my point. There are multiple, even Kimber, the one he does in the beginning because he screws her over, she gets fucking revenge hardcore. And rightly so. And he doesn't begrudge her it. He never like retaliates against her or even calls the police because he knows like yeah. I'm telling you, watch the first season of Nip Tuck. Only the first season. Just watch the first season because it's all there. And it's all here. And that's definitely where it came from. And I'm pouring another glass of wine. We're so far behind. I'm going to read really, really, really fast. The thought alone is enough to make me want to bury myself in her, but before I do, I want to know how responsive she is. So far, she hasn't held back. She doesn't know how. She's allowing me free reign over her body. She's not hesitant at all. She wants this. She really wants this. Again, entirely his perspective. I dip my tongue into her navel. Gross. And continue my leisurely journey north, savoring her. I shift, lying beside her, one leg still between hers. My hand ghosts up over her body, over her hip, up her waist, onto her breast. Gently I cup her breast, trying to gauge her reaction. She doesn't stiffen. She doesn't stop me. She trusts me. Oh. Okay, so his gauge on trust is she didn't stop me, therefore she trusts me. See the big gap in between those two? Bob, back me up here. Can I extend her trust to letting me have complete domination over her body? Over her. The thought is exhilarating. Again, I'm not doing it right now because it takes too much time, but I'm going to go back over this and highlight the fuck out of a lot of this. You fit perfectly and you fit my hand perfectly, Anastasia. By the way, can I also remind everybody that in the first book, her breasts are like a small A cup. She's like, got tits and that's it, but not really boobs. And in this one, her boobs have been upgraded to a C cup, which, by the way, does not fit in your hand. A C cup breast is bigger than your hand, dude. Dipping my finger into her bra cup, I jerk it down, freeing her breast. The nipple is small,
rose pink, and it's already hard. I drag the cup down so that the fabric and underwire rest under her breast, forcing it upward. That would be incredibly uncomfortable because the underwire is going to be digging into her ribs. I repeat the process with the other cup and watch, fascinated, as her nipples grow under my steady gaze. Whoa, I haven't even touched her yet. What? No, I don't want to go back and reread this to highlight it, but I know where they are, so it's like marked in my head. But somehow her nipples are magically growing as he watches. I haven't even touched her yet. Yeah, you have. A lot. You ran your nose up her slit and over her clit, so yeah. You've touched her a lot. I know, right? Very nice, I whisper in awed appreciation, and blow gently on the nearest nipple. Okay, dude, you gotta lick the nipple before you blow on it or you're not gonna get any reaction. Watching in delight as it hardens and extends. Not unless you sucked it first, dude. Like, seriously. Anastasia closes her eyes and arches her back. Keep still, baby. Just absorb the pleasure. It will feel so much more intense. Again, this is in his head. Say this out loud if that's what you want her to actually do. Like, I'm not saying she's capable, but you can at least say it. Blowing on one nipple, I roll. I'm gonna puke. She grasps the sheets tightly as I lean down and suck hard. Her body bows again and she cries out, that fucking triggered me. That triggered me. That triggered me really badly. And I didn't need that. On top of already being triggered tonight. I didn't need that. I skipped the line. It still did it. And yes, I'm pressing on my nose where it was broken years ago and it really fucking hurts. Because that helps me focus. And I'm not wearing cuffs right now, which I really wish like I was because that would help so much. Vicks inhaler that I wish was loaded with Coke, even though I've never done Coke. I've heard good things. Okay, I thought I just heard a smoke alarm. That's not mine. And then... Let's see if we can make you come like this, I whisper, and don't stop. And I don't stop, and she starts to whimper. By the way, whimpering, not a thing that you, not what. Oh yes, baby. Feel this. Her nipples extend farther, and she starts grinding her hips around and around. Keep still, baby. I will teach you to keep still. This is like the 50th time he's told her to keep still. Like, dude, say it out loud, because he's not saying any of this out loud. Like, all the things he wants her to do, he's not saying any of it out loud. So it's like, if you want that, how about you say so? You know, but I've been told I'm sexually demanding. In other words, I have standards. Oh, please, she begs. Her legs stiffen. It's working. She's close. Like you would know. Do we think he's ever cared if any of his subs ever got off on anything he did? Like, do we think he's ever cared? Whether they were enjoying themselves at all? Concentrating on each nipple, watching her response, sensing her pleasure, it's driving me to distraction. Lord, I want her. Again, what is with all the religious, like, language in this? Because, no. Let's go, baby, I murmur, and pull her nipple with my teeth. She cries out as she climaxes. So, yep, there we go. She's that much of a virgin. Yes,
I move quickly to kiss her, capturing her cries in my mouth. She's breathless and panting, lost in her pleasure. Mine. I own her first orgasm. There you go. That's gonna be like the next cryptocurrency. I own her first orgasm. Brilliant. Jesus H. Christ. You know, in that saying, I'm never sure what the H stands for, but I've heard it like half my life. Oh, you would like me to burn it? I was gonna highlight it, but I can burn it. I can burn it. I got a lighter. I can burn shit. We haven't set anything on fire tonight, so let's do this. That was not supposed to catch. This book is made of extra flammable paper, okay? That was not. I was doing it at a safe distance and it was toasting it. See on the inner part? It was toasting it like a marshmallow, like I intended, and then it just went up. Yeah! I didn't do that on purpose! The book is made of something extra flammable. Also, by the way, I just burned through several lines I haven't read yet, so sorry. How does that smell? Oh, wow, it even, like, seriously, I'm telling you, I don't know what they changed about how, somewhere between the first series and the second series, the regulations on, like, paper flammability changed. And something changed, because these are, like, made on goddamn flash paper. Anyone know what flash paper is? It goes up like fucking easy, and I swear these are written on it. It's what bookies keep receipts on in case they have to burn them in the event of a raid. Like, oh, the smell. The smell is really strong. I'm not even, it was not close. Look. It was, I swear I didn't put the flame that close. I swear. Like, no, it was at the same distance that just toasted this. You saw. Like, you saw, it just went poof, like flash. I didn't do that. Jesus, yes, he's gonna be mad at me. I know. He's sleeping right next. Oh, he's sleeping right next to me. He's turning an ear because I'm being loud. Yes, it's still burning. I know. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't. Okay, I burned away stuff I hadn't read yet. I'm sorry. I'm also not sorry. Ah, but now I can't highlight shit. Don't worry, I'll find a digital copy. It's fine. I can't stop laughing right now. You're going to have to learn to control. Be so much more fun teaching you how. I can't. I want her, all of her. I kiss her more. Hand travel down her body, down to her vulva. I hold her heat, slipping my index finger through the lace of her panties. I slowly circle around her. Fuck, she's soaking. That gets me below the part that went up in flames. You're so deliciously wet. God, I want you. I can still smell it burning. I thrust my finger inside her and she cries out. She's hot and tight and wet, and I want her. I thrust into her again, taking her cries into my mouth. I press my palm to her clitoris, pushing down, pushing around. She cries out and writhes beneath me. By the way, fingering a virgin's still painful. Fuck, I want her. Now. She's ready. Note he's not asking her, are you ready? Are you ready for penis? Because this is really going to hurt for like a minute or two. And it's going to be very disturbing and unsettling and feel like violating for a minute. Like, note how nobody said, do I even want to look at that? Probably not. Note how he's not asking her, are you ready? Nah. He's just declaring in his own mind, that she's ready. Sitting up, I drag her panties off and then my boxers and reach for a condom. It's only now putting on a condom? Jesus Christ. It's the burnt page. As it well should be. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Aww. This is why you're the biggest sweetheart ever. This is why I love you. Because you're so good to me. Thank you so much. Oh my god. This is... I really didn't mean to do that. I swear it's written on flash paper. I really didn't mean to do that. Like you saw, it just went up. Oh my god. This is why I should be in therapy. That's so many other reasons. Oh my god. Reach for a condom. I kneel between her legs, pushing them further apart. Again, has he asked her to participate in any way? This entire time, it's just been him manipulating her body. He has not once said, like, lay back, may I put my mouth here, open your legs. Like, he's not talking to her at all. It still smells like burning. A little bit. And it's like, yeah, there's still like, there's ashes all over my desk. I'm gonna have some cleanup after. Pushing them further apart, Anastasia watches me with what? Trepidation? She's probably never seen an erect penis before. Note, like on the last page, he was like, she's never seen a naked man before. Now she's like, oh, she's never seen an erect penis. She's been to college. I guarantee you, she's. Yes, I'm calling out frat boys for. Yes. Yes, that. Yes. Right there. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was very much a moment of that escalated. Fuck. I'm sorry, fire department. I really do have a very high sense of fire safety. I've been in fires myself. Like my mom once lit our apartment on fire and her boyfriend got really badly burned. I'm not making that up. It really happened. They made the mistake of, don't ask me how. They put a candle in a plastic candle holder. It really was a candle holder. It was sold as a candle holder. And the problem was it was above their bed and they were watching a movie and fell asleep with the candle still burning. And when it burned down, it melted the plastic candle holder, which then dripped onto the bed in a puddle of molten plastic that then covered the comforter that was on top of both of them and lit on fire. And her boyfriend got the worst of it, but he got like 3rd-degree burns with embedded plastic in his legs and had to have like surgery and had like months of recovery. It was really bad. And I'd been put to bed earlier. This was like midnight. I was like 8. So I was in bed, but I woke up choking on the smoke that filled the entire apartment. I have severe asthma and I woke up choking and like being literally pulled out of my bed by the fire department and like carried outside, and I didn't even know what was going on. And yeah, her boyfriend had like almost a year of full recovery and multiple surgeries to initially just remove melted plastic from his body. And then he had like severe burns that needed like so much care and attention. My mom got like a little bit burn like on her hand, but not because he woke up first and like shoved the comforter and then like made the mistake of trying to like pat it out, so he burned his hands as well. It was bad. It burned like half our apartment. And then once when I was older, I accidentally set my own stove on fire once. But that wasn't as bad. But yeah, the apartment fire with the candle was really bad and really bad.
So I'm very respectful of fire. Which is not to say I won't play with it. But, I respect it. By the way, I do have like half a carafe of water right there. So if I had to like put this down and dump water on it, I could have. Like, I'm not playing with fire with no ability to put it out. I'm not that much of a fucking moron, no matter how drunk I am. She's probably never seen an erect penis before. Don't worry, you expand too. Which I think confirms that he's a grower, not a shower. Since I've had it confirmed that that's a real thing. Because I really didn't believe that that was a real thing. I thought that was just something guys with small dicks said. That like, oh, when they get hard, it gets bigger. I really didn't believe that. But apparently it's a real thing. So he's saying you expand too. Here's the problem with that. Because they've done some foreplay. I'll give them that. Because with women, the vagina is naturally about 3 to 4 inches deep. And the problem is, with foreplay, the cervix will actually retract and go higher to allow more room for the penis. But it takes about 20 minutes worth of foreplay to make that happen. And it deepens the vagina to about 5 to 6 inches, which is more than the length of the average penis. Which, for guys who are always like, oh, I'm more than 6 inches, well, the vagina is not, so where do you think you're going to put that? And by the way, there is this delusional notion that women want big cock. No, we don't. We really don't. Because then you're thrusting on my cervix, and that really hurts. And that's really painful. And leaves like consequences of cramping and bleeding days afterwards. So no, we don't want that. So if you tell me you have a 4-inch dick, I'm more likely to sleep with you than the guy with the claiming to have an 8-inch dick who's lying. I mutter, stretching out over her. I put my hands on either side of her head, taking my weight on my elbows. God, I want her. You really want to do this? I ask. This is the first time he's asking. For fuck's sakes, please don't say no. Like it would stop him. Please, she begs. Pull your knees up, I instruct her. This'll be easier. Have I ever been so aroused? I can barely contain myself. I don't get it. It must be her. There is the hardest nail in his delusional coffin right there. I can't possibly be aroused by normal sex. There has to be something magic about this woman. Why? Cray, focus. How much better would this series be if he comes to realize that everything Elena taught him about sex was wrong and that he actually can enjoy normal sex? And Anastasia's just like, basically, I'm sorry, I'm still reducing her to a nothing. But if she's like a teaching tool, that he eventually is like, okay, you taught me like that I can enjoy normal sex, but actually now that I'm like there and I've had a lot of therapy, I'm not in love with you, but thank you for what you taught me. And then he moves on. I position myself so I can take her at my whim. Her eyes are open wide, imploring me. She really wants this. As much as I do. Again, all his point of view. All his thing. I go for it. I need to possess her. Like Gozer. I'm going to fuck you now, Miss Steele. Hard. One thrust and I'm inside her. F-U-C-K. She's so fucking tight. She cries out. Well, die, you fucking... Shit. I've hurt her. What do you think happened? What do you think happened? I can't. There's no other level. There's no other level. What do you fucking think happens when you, quote, break in a virgin, you fucking psychopathic fucking... And by the way, yeah, he went full in, like,
all the way full, like, to his balls, buried in a virgin in one thrust, with no goddamn warning or explanation about what he's about to do. Yes, he did. By the way, yes, the guy in the Mr. Book does the exact same thing. I want to move, to lose myself in her, and it takes all my restraint to stop. You're so tight. You okay? What were you expecting? She's a goddamn virgin, you fucking fuckwit. Do you not know what that is? Do you not know what that means? She's like heaven on earth, so tight around me. And even though her hands are on my forearms, I don't care. The darkness is slumbering, perhaps because I've waited so long for her. Again, this is where he's delusionally, she is the cure for everything. I've never felt this desire, this hunger before. It's a new feeling, new and shiny. I want so much from her. Her trust, her obedience, her submission. I want her to be mine. But right now, I'm hers. Fuck you. Fuck you, author, so-called author. Fuck you to the highest nth degree.
I'm highlighting that one right now because Jesus F. Christ. That is so bad. And note what he doesn't say. He doesn't say I want her love. I want her acceptance of me. I want her understanding. I want her as a partner in my life. I want her as an equal. I want to share what I have with her. What does he say? What does he fucking say? I want her trust, her obedience, her submission. I want her to be mine. I want her to be a possession. I'm going to move, baby. Note he's not saying, are you ready for me to move? Are you okay? And by the way, he's not even said, I'm sorry, I know that hurt. It's to be expected, but, it'll be okay. Just give it a minute. Because, again, with her inexperience, are we even sure that she knows what a hymen is? Or that she even knew that, to expect pain? Because he certainly didn't tell her. He certainly didn't warn her or, give her reassurance or comfort in any way of, it's going to hurt for a minute, but then it'll be okay, so don't freak out. Just wait a minute. Do we even know that she knows, what it is at all? Because, again, in the other book, it's revealed that the also virgin didn't know about the existence of penis and didn't know that sex involved penetration at all. So when he literally rapes her in the other book, it's very unexpected to her. I know, I'm being concerned about the dog too. Again, YouTube Vicks inhaler, so shut up. I'm going to move, baby. My voice is strained as I ease back slowly. It's such an extraordinarily exquisite feeling. Her body cradling my cock. I push into her again and claim her, knowing no one has before. She whimpers. Fuck you, E.L. James. Fuck you to hell. I stop. More? Yes, she breathes after a moment. This time I thrust into her more deeply. Yes, her trust in me is suddenly overwhelming. How the fuck is that trust in any goddamn way? And I start to move, really move. I want to own this woman, body and soul. I want her clenching around me. Fuck. She starts meeting every thrust, matching my rhythm. It's happened by no virgin in the history of ever. See how well we fit together, Anna? I grasp her head. Holding her in place while I claim her body and kiss her hard, claiming her mouth. Like she's a fucking gold strike in the Yukon. I really wonder if she's like a lapsed Catholic. I really do. Like she's British, and well, in England it would be Church of England because Catholic is not really popular there. So it would be Church of England or Protestant actually. But yeah, she's British by birth, and that's why there's so many like in the first 50 Shades that she says like lift instead of elevator. And then by the way, in the 2 books, which someday there'll be a third. I'm just waiting. But those ones actually take place in England, and the main guy is British. And yet, in those books, they're actually set in goddamn England with a British guy speaking, because it's his narrative. There, she uses the word elevator instead of lift. And also sweater instead of jumper, and several other times where she uses the American word instead of the British word for a book that's actually set in fucking England with a British guy. Whereas she got heavily criticized in the original 50 Shades because she used several British terms, just like not caring enough, or honestly just realizing that, oh right, I'm setting this in America, I should say elevator instead of lift. Oops. And then I guess the editors never caught it or didn't care. But in the book actually set in Britain, she used Americanisms. That's the one that's being made into a movie right now. And yes, it's still progressing because there's more like IMDb pages for every country that's not America popping up. There's been articles in Europe and discussion of filming locations, though no cast announced and no screenwriter. But again, Sony bought the rights. Sony Universal, Universal Studios, I believe directly, but Sony backing, bought the rights for $20-odd million. But then the pandemic, they bought it like a month before the pandemic happened. So it's been on the shelf for like 6 years. But they still own it. They will make it. They're not just gonna like lose $20 million, okay? They're gonna make these movies. And like I said, there's been articles, there's been IMDb pages, they've been updated. So it's happening. It's happening very slowly, but it's happening. Mm. She stiffens beneath me. Fuck yes. Her orgasm is close. Come for me, Anna, I demand, and she cries out as she's consumed, tipping her head back, her mouth open, her eyes closed, and just the sight of her ecstasy is enough. I explode in her, losing all sense and reason, as I call out her name and come violently inside her. Again, men of the world, when coming inside of a woman, have you ever felt that experience was violent in any way? Like, please tell me, do you consider your orgasms violent? Whether alone or with a partner, I'll take either. When I open my eyes, I'm panting, trying to catch my breath, and we're forehead to forehead as she's staring up at me. Fuck, I'm undone. I plant a swift kiss on her forehead and pull out of her and lie down beside her. Ow.
She winces as I withdraw, but other than that, she looks okay. So he's aware that he's causing her, like, pain and other things, but he just doesn't care. Did I hurt you? I ask, and tuck her hair behind her ear because I don't want to stop touching her. He sees her wince in pain. Did I hurt you? Jesus goddamn Christ. Anna beams with incredulity. That's like saying she's developmentally delayed. Are you asking me if you hurt me? And for a moment, I don't know why she's grinning. Oh, my playroom. The irony is not lost on me, I mutter. Yeah, it was! Even now, she confounds me. Seriously, are you okay? That's because you're an idiot. Because you don't have the same definition of hurt as she does. Because his definition of hurt is, as we'll learn later, or possibly never in this book, because again, in the first one, he told her more. When she says, have you ever hurt anyone? He says, yes, that he messed up, basically. He didn't tie it correctly, suspending one of his subs before, and he cut off circulation to her arm, and that required medical attention because he hurt her. He really hurt her. He injured her. The correct term is he injured her. Because when you're doing BDSM, yeah, things are going to hurt. That's largely the point. So there's a difference between hurt and injured, and you have to be clear on those terms. And she is not, because she's associating the two as the same, because she doesn't know any better. So yes, he hurt her, he caused her physical pain, but she's accepting this as like normal and thinking, oh, that's what he wants to that degree, because she has no idea. Oh, really? Did they? That's probably why Universal is also involved. Because I think Sony is only involved, honest to God, because they made the 50 Shades movies, or they were involved in it. They were a producer. So I think they may have some right to like Il James in general. So I think that may be why they will get a producer's credit, but without being in any way involved or putting in any money. Because it was Universal Pictures who paid the money, but I think it was said like Universal Pictures bought it, but with Sony backing. And so, yeah, did they really say they're not making physical media anymore? Because yay. Because they should have stopped doing that 20 years ago, and it would have saved them hundreds of millions of dollars, as well as several disastrous movies and a very bad reputation. Like, the Razzies took place last night. Look them up. They're fun. Sony has been like probably the most frequent one to win. And also, if you have not, watch Halle Berry accepting her Razzie. She did it right. So did Sandra Bullock. They both were like, yeah. Those are two women I will admire for how they took that, because they were like, yep, deserved. I'm going to show up and claim it myself because I earned it. Halle Berry was for Catwoman. Sandra Bullock was for a movie I've never seen called All About Steve or something. But yeah, several disastrous movies. This year, primarily, it was Megaopolis and Madam Web. Making why is his name failing me? Francis Ford Coppola. He won a Razzie. No joke. The guy who won an Oscar for Godfather 2 and is a legend, Francis Ford Coppola himself, won a Razzie this year for Megaopolis. And you know what? He accepted it himself and said, yeah, that's what happens. But he also called out Hollywood for being creatively bankrupt and not backing any of the young new talent and only making reboots and remakes for the last 20 years and watching it blow up in their face while they lose hundreds of millions of dollars and are creatively bankrupt, and nobody likes movies anymore, and that's why streaming services are kicking their ass. Yeah, exactly. Entirely so. Nintendo is right up there with them. Yeah. Like, Nintendo has had so many, like,
services or games that they've offered online that they support for like 2-3 years and people put hundreds of dollars into, and they're like, oh, we're going to not support this anymore because it's not making money anymore because everyone who paid for it already paid for it during the first year, so we're just going to cut it off and fuck you people who put hundreds of dollars into it. We're just no longer supporting it and we're going to erase it from our forums and you can't play it anymore. So yeah, unzip. There is no zipped mouths allowed on this channel. Exactly. Like, I'm having that issue. I've had that issue with games that I play when they fuck up. And it's like, hey, I pay you money and you just stole things from me in this game because of bad programming. And for the last 2-3 years, the consistent answer across a lot of platforms and a lot of different game devs has been too fucking bad. We don't care. We don't care. This game is a cash grab. We're not going to give you back the items that you lost because of our bad programming, even though it's our fault. And even though you paid money for these items, we're not gonna fix it. Because what the fuck are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I paid you $25 to give me X thing in a game. I didn't get the thing. And your answer is fuck you? Which it is, and I've gotten that, and I've lost money because of it. What are you gonna do? What court do you take them to? They're running off a server out of Czechoslovakia. What are you gonna do? And they know it. And that's the thing. They know it. They know they're untouchable. Again, unzip. Fuck, I'm undone. I plant a swift kiss on her forehead and pull over and lie beside her. She winces as I withdraw. Other than that, she looks okay. Atari had problems. I've played on an Atari. I have actually played on an Atari. It was a spaceship shoot the asteroids thing game. But I played on an Atari. It wasn't mine, so I only played it a couple of times. Did I hurt you, I ask, and tuck her hair behind her ear because I don't want to stop touching her. Anna beams with incredulity. You're asking, blah, 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 I read this. You haven't answered me, I growl. I need to know if she found that enjoyable. Gee, did she find the experience of basically having a tree branch shoved through her unbroken hymen and breaking her, and then thrusting about 3 times before exploding? Did she find that enjoyable? Because literally, I've had sharp toys give me better pleasure than that. All the evidence points to yes, but I need to hear it from her. You didn't need to hear consent from her. While I'm waiting for her reply, I remove the condom. Lord, I hate these things. I discard it discreetly on the floor. Ew! So much ew! Also, you know he's not cleaning that up. Mrs. Jones is cleaning that up. He's not cleaning on the floor. On the floor. Use condom on the floor. She peers up at me. I'd like to do that again, she says with a shy giggle. What? Again? Already? She didn't say right now, you dipshit. Would you now, Miss Steele? Also said no virgin ever. I kissed the corner of her mouth. Demanding little thing, aren't you? Turn on your front. So now he's just gonna, like, I'm sorry, is he about, did they leave this out of the movie? Is he about to deflower her the other way as well? Meaning anal? No, they won't. That way I know you won't touch me. No. She gives me the brief, sweet smile and then rolls onto her stomach. My cock stirs with approval. I unhook her bra and run my hand down her back to her pert behind. You really have the most beautiful... Do they actually fuck twice? Because I'm gonna die. And by the way, we're not even through the end of this chapter. We're an hour and a half over time, and I'm supposed to go 10 pages in the other chapter. I'm not sure that's gonna happen. We may get to the end of this chapter and I call it a night. Because this is a lot. Though the next chapter has disgusting things that I don't want to start out with. So, coin flip. Right? Also, yeah. Right? I've had that with Nintendo. I have had that with Nintendo of things that I bought
including full games that I goddamn well bought or expansions on games that I owned, the physical copy of that I had a chip on. And it's like, oh, we're never supporting this anymore. It's like, but I paid you money. And they're just like, fuck you. And they're still doing it. And will continue to because nobody's going to stop them. Yeah, exactly. Because nobody's going to stop them. You really have the most beautiful skin. He sounds like Buffalo Bill. I say as I brush her hair off her face and push her legs apart. Gently I plant a soft kiss on her shoulder. Why are you wearing your shirt? She asks. She's so damn inquisitive. Like 3 pages ago he liked that. While she's on her front, I know she can't touch me, so I lean back and pull my shirt off over my head and let it drop to the floor. Fully naked, I lie on top of her. Her skin is warm and melts against mine. Is she secretly a Terminator? Because that would be cool. I could get used to this. So you want me to fuck you again? I whisper in her ear, kissing her. She squirms deliciously against me. Oh, this will never do. Keep still, baby. Is he secretly a necrophiliac? Because seriously, with all the keep still, and like, is he secretly a necrophiliac? Because that would make so much goddamn sense. Because who else is not gonna move? Ugh. I skim my hand down over her body to the back of her knee, then hitch it up high, parting her legs. What? I'm sorry, did E.L. James forget she's on her stomach right now? Because that's anatomically impossible. Not that it's the first time, because again, there's a scene in The Mister where Maxim has 3 arms. But, seriously, I skim my hand down her body to the back of her knee, then hitch it up high, parting her legs wide so she's spread beneath me. She's on her stomach! So how is he hitching her knee up high? She has no kneecap? Did he break her leg the other way? Like, I'm sorry, I'm being as forgiving as I can, but this trash is, like, it's not possible. Yeah, what? That's the correct answer. What? Maybe, like, yeah, if he did do that and then a woman's screaming in pain the whole time, that would definitely get him off. But, Jesus! Her breath catches, and I hope it's with anticipation. No, it's in screaming goddamn pain as she passes out and goes into shock. She stills beneath me. Finally! I palm her ass as I ease my weight onto her. I'm going to take you from behind, Anastasia. With my other hand, I grab her hair at the nape and tug, holding her in place. She cannot move. Yeah, because you've broken one of her legs and are now holding her head by her hair where you could break her neck. Her hands are helpless and splayed against the sheet, out of harm's way. You are mine, I whisper. Only mine! Don't forget it! Hello, police! I'm gonna go back and highlight more of this, but Jesus fucking Christ. I think that's his definitive moment of if I can't have you, no one can.
as said by every stalker in the history of ever. And yes, anatomy go. I know what that's from, but I've had too much wine. Remind me. It's an internet show thing. I know. I can't remember what the burr is from. Remind me, because I know. Hollis, you're right. Dylan B. Hollis, you're right. Yes. Thank you, and you know that I love him. Oh, he has a second book coming out, and I don't own either of them, and that's a crime. You're right. Blender go burr. I love the bean pie that broke his blender when he used the other one. He's like, "You struck first." He's clearly very pissed because it broke a really expensive blender. Let's be fair. But yeah, he has 2 books. He has a second one. He has the one with the blue cover, Baking Something, which by the way I bought for someone else when it was on sale, but I don't own a copy, and I would love a copy. And now he has a new one called like Vintage Baking in America or Baking in America that I don't think is quite out yet, but it's coming out soon. Oh, give anything to have the 2 of those hardcover, because I'm sorry, but I'm one of those people for whom hardcover is the only acceptable form of owning a physical book, and I do not subscribe to the electronic media thing of owning a Kindle. I'm sorry, it just doesn't feel real if I'm reading something off a Kindle. I can't get into it and like embrace it. I'm too old, okay? I'm saying I'm too old for technology. I'm Spencer Reed in Criminal Minds when he's like, "Yeah, I'm not going paperless. I need a physical copy to get into things." And yes, Blender Go Burr and Eggies and Floof Powder and Mood Juice and all kinds of things. Is it called Baking Yesteryear? That's the blue one. Yeah, the upcoming one I believe is called like Vintage Baking in America or something like that. Or something close to that, but it's like a red pinky color. It looks really awesome. It really looks awesome. So yeah, you should pre-order because it's definitely available for pre-order. I'm not sure exactly when it's coming. It's really soon though. It is coming out really soon. I know that. So yeah, you should definitely pre-order because yeah, they're great. I'm sure. I love him so much. With my free hand, I move from her ass to her clitoris and begin circling slowly. Her muscles flex beneath me as she tries to move, but my weight keeps her in place. This is so not rape, except it is. I run my teeth along her jawline. How? You're on top of her from behind. Have you twisted her head fully around and broken her neck? How are you running your teeth along her jawline? Again, this is not the first time we've had to say E.L. James does not do anatomy. Her sweet fragrance lingers over the scent of our coupling. You smell divine, I whisper as I nuzzle behind her. Can I just say, Madonna whore complex? Ugh! She starts to circle her hips against my moving hand. Keep still, I warn. You have no fucking right. Or I might stop. In his head. Slowly, I insert my thumb inside her, circle it around and around, taking particular care to stroke the front. To stroke the front wall of her vagina. I think she was going for like G-spot, but that's not where it is. It's not on the front of the vagina.
It's in the back. Well, technically, it's kind of on the front. Too far inside. It's behind the pelvic bone. It's the for anyone who doesn't know, the G spot is the back of the clitoris internally. Technically, it's on the front, but it's like deep enough that it's behind the pubic bone. It's not. This is a very bad description if that's what she's going for. Very, very, very bad. She groans and tenses beneath me, trying to move again. Again, dude, just fuck corpses if you don't want them to move. You like this, I tease, and my teeth trace her outer ear. I don't stop my fingers from tormenting her clitoris. Again, if you're thinking of it like that, seek help. But I begin to ease my thumb in and out of her. She stiffens but can't move. Like, again, just drug her with a paralytic next time. I groan loudly, her eyes scrunched up. She groans loudly, her eyes scrunched up tight. You're so wet, so quickly, so responsive. Oh, Anastasia, I like that. I like that a lot. She literally has no experience. Right, let's see how far you'll go. There it is. There's the evil. How far will you go when it's your first time? I withdraw my thumb from her vagina. Open your mouth, I order. I'm gonna vomit. And when she does, I thrust my thumb between her lips. See how you taste, suck me, baby. I fucking hate that shit. Don't ever do it to me or I will bite it off, whatever it is. She sucks my thumb. Hard. Fuck. And for a moment, I imagine it's my cock in her mouth because he has no other thoughts. I want to fuck your mouth, Anastasia, and I will soon. I'm breathless. She closes her teeth around me, biting hard. Bite it off, girl, then run. Ow. Fuck. I grip her hair tightly and she loosens her mouth. So, here we have definitive proof. She's doing something he doesn't like. She's biting his thumb harder than he would like. And what does he do? Rather than say, stop, I don't like that, you're doing it too hard. What does he do? He violently grips her hair and yanks her back. So, there we go. Like, I'm sorry, people who defend this shit, but this is nothing but a goddamn rape scene, whether you fucking want to admit it or not. This is a fucking rape scene. I grip her hair tightly and she loosens her mouth. Naughty, sweet girl, I'm gonna burn that in a minute. My mind flits through a number of punishments worthy of such a bold move of that. And that's my proof that he's a rapist. Shut up. If she were my submissive, I could inflict on her. My cock expands to bursting at the thought. Again, his penis is like 16 inches goddamn long. Don't you dare see yourself out. I need you. You and all your dragons. You are my, like, best friend right now. You know how much I like you. I will try to just... I didn't mean for the flag to do it. Oh, baby, I know. I didn't mean to. Oops. It doesn't smell like burning anymore. It's about to. Oh. Ugh. I release her and sit back on my knees. Stay still. Don't move. Wow, he finally said it! Jesus! I grab another condom from the bedside table, rip the foil open, and roll the latex over my erection. Watching her, I see that she's still, except for the rise and fall of her back as she pants in anticipation. She's gorgeous. By the way, dude, did you say I want to fuck you again? I want to engage my penis again in the virgin that you just ripped open quite brutally and violently, who is definitely still bleeding and in pain? Did you say, can I fuck you again from behind? Which, by the way, is going to continue to rip her and be deeper and more violating? No, you didn't. Leaning over her, I grasp her hair and hold her so she can't move her head. Ow, also non-consensual.
We're going to go real slow this time, Anastasia. She gasps and I gently ease into her until I can go no farther. Fuck, she feels good. Also for the girl, ow! Extreme ow! Extreme get the fuck off me! As I ease out, I circle my hips and... What would that even... What would that... I'm gonna vomit. And slowly slip into her again. She whimpers and her limbs tense beneath me as she tries to move. Gee, almost like she's in fucking pain, you ass clown. Oh no, baby. I want you still. I want you to feel this. As in, I want you to feel the most pain possibly that I can give you, because that seems to be what he's saying. You feel so good, I tell her, and repeat the move again, circling my hips as I go, slowly, in, out, in, out. Her insides start to tremble. Which part? Oh no, baby, not yet. No way am I letting you come. Not when I'm enjoying this so much. Again, this is in his head. So again, he's like... She's just had her first orgasm. This is the second time she's being fucked in 5 minutes after being a virgin, and he's already trying to do edging and bullshit, but without saying it out loud, knowing that she has zero goddamn control whatsoever, because she has absolutely no idea what's happening to her body. At all. Like, she's like a puppy getting the first belly rub. She has no idea. Oh, please, she cries. Oh, okay, I'm not making this up. I want you sore, baby. I pull out and sink into her again. Right there. So, her pain is his pleasure. And it's right there. Every time you move tomorrow, I want you to be reminded that I've been here. Only me. You are mine. How am I not supposed to think he's a rapist serial killer with lines like that? Please, Christian, she begs. What do you want, Anastasia? Tell me. Like you care. I continue the slow torture. Again, I'm not making it up. Torture. So even he is calling it torture. Because that's exactly what it is. You, please. She's desperate. Which is what he wanted. She wants me. Good girl. Now I have 2 things to burn. I increase the pace and her insides begin to quiver, responding immediately. Between each thrust, I utter one word. You are so sweet. I want you so much. You are mine. Her limbs tremble with the strain of keeping still. She's on the edge. Come for me, baby, I growl. And on command, she shudders around me as her orgasm rips through her and she screams my name into the mattress. My name on her lips is my undoing, and I climax and collapse on top of her. Fuck Anna, I whisper, drained yet elated. I pull out of her almost immediately and roll onto my back. She curls up at my side as I pull off the condom. She closes her eyes and falls asleep. That's exactly like he just fucked a dog. I'm sorry, but that is he just fucked a dog. She immediately curls up and goes to sleep. I'm sorry. Again, that is something men do. Because I've definitely noticed that after they come, men tend to fall asleep. I'm sorry, guys out there who think that's not true. It's true. And we're so done. We're so done. Like, that's only like 30 odd pages. I was genuinely, I'm not lying. This is the next chapter. That was end of chapter. By the way, yeah, all these 4.5 hours, that was part of one goddamn chapter. But don't think I didn't plan ahead, because I'm not a fucking idiot. And so yeah, I was planning for 40 pages because next chapter is 35 goddamn pages. So I drew a line where I was intending to stop 10 pages into the next chapter. We're stopping here, just to be clear, because it's 12:30. It's been 4.5 hours. I'm tired, and I'm not drunk enough. We're tired. I'm tired, and I'm going to bed, and I had a bad day. There is a period after each word. No, there is a period. There is a period after each. That's why. No, that's why. I'll show you. Yes, I will show you, my darling. Yeah, right there. Right there. Right there. You are so sweet. I want you so much. You are mine. Yeah, there's a period after each word. That's the thing that E.L. James likes doing. Because I don't know if she thinks it means like emphasis or I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why she does that. But she does. Though it's not as bad as in the last book. Because in the last book, each one of those words would have been a separate line and taken up a whole page. Because it was just padding out shit that wasn't there. But, yeah. It's still there. However, this leaves me in the unenviable position of starting off because the next scene continues the sex and has the drowning her blowjob. So we're going to be starting there. So I may need to pre-drink for next week. I may need to pre-drink quite a lot. But I am going to make a new tier for the duck stage, obviously, because we need a new tier. Yes. I want your supervisor. Oh, God. Yeah, we're going to call it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut it short, but we're calling it. That's the end of it. I'm done. I had a bad fucking day. I have to yell at a friend still because he does not get off treating me that way. So, yeah, I got to go yell at a friend and drink a lot more because I'm not drunk. Why can I not? Stupid highlighter! Fuck! I have speakers on my desk that haven't worked in like 5 years, but I don't throw them out because I don't know why. I will throw them out this week. That's going to be my personal growth moment. I'm going to throw out the speakers that don't work, but I'm just used to seeing them on my desk. My desk gives so much crap. Note, Kitty's been sleeping next to me the whole time. Puppy is still very much under the puppy bed. I also have to source new puppy food because he's not going to eat the food I gave him because Kitty claimed it. So he's going to keep starving himself because he's that puppy that if there's enough food for, like, if there's 5 puppies and there's enough food for 4, he's the one who will voluntarily starve to death because he's not that aggressive. Ever. And he's not capable of standing up for himself. I'm probably going to end up feeding him lunch meat tonight because I feel bad for him. But tomorrow I will find him, I guess, somehow food that he will eat, and I'm going to strangle the cat with his own tail. But thank you for everyone being here tonight. Thank you, Sadale, for sponsoring a duck and for making me chug when I really needed it. You're an angel. And I hope everyone will come back next week and be here for, we're still, like, it continues right after this and goes into the he drowns her blowjob scene immediately. So again, I'm going to need to pre-drink like a couple glasses so I don't die during that scene, and I will add a new tier to the next stage. I will get right on it. I have boxes that are the same kind because when I made that, I made sure I had 5 because there's 25 ducks and with 5 a tier, I need 5. So I made sure that I kept the boxes that are the same size. They're cereal boxes and covered in paper and then stamped with the leaves. I still gotta put some like zhuzh on it. I never did add some gems or shit. So I think I will. Because I wanted to be like a stage with the running lights, you know? Like how stages have those lights in front. So I wanted to look like that, but also I can't have anything too elevated or it gets in the way. But yeah, I've got like a ton of rhinestones and shit. So I'm sure I can zhuzh it up a little, which I definitely need to do. Somehow. Not sure. I used to have these like stick on mirrors. I don't think I have any though. That would be nice. I don't know. I'm gonna add some bling. Is what I'm saying. I'm gonna add some bling to the next stage as I add the new tier for new ducks. Because we gotta have space, you know. If you build it, they will come. That's the point. So if you build it, they will come. So yeah, I gotta get my build on. Wow, I have a lot to build next week. I really do. I have to build a new tier for the duck stage. That won't take too long. But I also have to make the flag because hopefully the fabric I am coming is the appropriate red color. I really hope so, because it made like second try. So really hope it's of an appropriate color. I really do. We will see. Because yeah, this needs an upgrade. Also, this, as you can see, is falling. It's made with tape and good thoughts, so it's falling apart a little too better. And I still need, by the way, I'm still looking for suggestions to decorate the handcuff case. We have all this here, and this on the top, and this on the side, and this on the front. I need things to put on it. I have no idea how I'm gonna do it, but let's try. Let's try. Because this is too plain, and it bothers me creatively that this is plain. So, so I need some ideas. I'm possibly sharp objects. Well, we'll see. I really thought we'd get further tonight. I really did, but I should have anticipated how bad and horrific that scene would be from his point of view, all the more so. Just proving he doesn't give a fuck about her at all. He doesn't care. She's not a person, and he's a rapist, and that's just how it is. Whether E.L. James likes it or not, that's what she wrote. But on that very truthful note, I'm sorry to say, we will end it for tonight because we're going into 5 hours and that's too much. So take care, everyone. Please take care of you. Take care of your fur babies. Please read much better literature than this. But also, please come back next week for the continuation and one of my most hated scenes of all time that definitely should have been a murder if this was not a book. So yeah, come back for that because we're gonna start at the top of Mount Everest and just fall down next week. I don't even know where we're gonna stop. We'll see. We'll work it out together. And thank you for all your support. Thank you for the ducks. Thank you for everything. Yes, everyone take care and have a good night. You too, Night Wolf, and Setail, and for Snickety and everybody else. Thank you so much. Enjoy yourselves, enjoy your dragons and your fur babies. I'll see you all next week. Thank you so much. And have a good rest of your weekend. Bye bye.